What's good, YouTube? It's me, the artisan MC, with my microphone not in the right position. Like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. And this is the hero's journey on Sunday. Much respect to the Geek Elite for showing up today early. See who we got in here, then we'll get started because I'm going to do 2 and out so I can go on with my life. I still have a couple videos to get edited and put up today, so I can actually kick back and do some different stuff today. But we're going to have a conversation today about a couple things. I got some questions I want to ask you guys, and I'm going to be looking for your feedback on these questions. So make sure you comment in the chat. It helps the algorithm. And please support the stream. If this is something you're interested in, you should always support your interest. If I'm not the one you're interested in, I don't know why you hear it, because I'm the only one on the screen. Just saying. So let me get to it. First off, I am looking for 15 contributors today. First 2 came out the gate early. Shout out to my cinephilic brother, Malika Me Bain. Appreciate you for supporting the stream, Malika. He did it on a Thursday, I believe. Let me pull this up. I believe he did it Thursday because I don't remember seeing it Thursday. Everything is working slow today. Technology, dude. Technology. Always slow. There we go. Yep, Malika Me Bang. On Thursday said, peace to you, good brother in the Geek Elite. Appreciate you, Malika. And what we do over here when somebody donates, I have a couple of little appreciations that I give out. And the first one was named by Malika Me Bang, the good brother. And we call it the Bedrock Booty Bounce, affectionately known as the 3B Salute. Appreciate you, Malika. Next one goes out to the number 1 wrench in the building. And I don't say that because it's hierarchical or anything like that, but he was the first wrench I gave out on this channel. So shout out to my brother Aquateki for showing up in the building. I know he got some stuff to say because I was reading his comments in the comment section. And as soon as Rainfire show up, we gonna talk, homie. We got to talk, homie, because yeah, the Roadhouse, huh? Your outhouse, more like it. So shout out to Aquateki for supporting the stream. I will give you that 3B salute. Appreciate you, All right. Now we can see who else in here. Oh shit, there we go. The Aries showed up. God of War is in the building. Shout out to Kratos Faulkner for supporting the stream on the Cash App side. Appreciate you, Charles. This is one of the elite in this space. He is one of the Geek Elite in this space. I told y'all there are certain people I recognize as a Geek Elite. Charles is one of them because he's been down for a while with the channel and just geekdom in general. This was not no 2000 Wikipedia Google geek. No, this motherfucker was actually reading comics in the day. In the day was a Saturday. So he said, woo, to the brightness. You know, I'm not actually that damn light, but all right, I'll take that from him because it's funny. Looking like an 800 watt bulb, looking like a tall glass of milk, looking like a great idea. Looking like Afro Samurai with a different contract. I'm going to take that one. I'm going to take that middle one and keep that one. That's going to be yours forever. Looking like a bright idea. Shout out to the Charles Faulkner, man. And happy birthday to you. I don't know if it was yesterday or if it's coming this week, but I know we are in Aries season. And a lot of people popping up out the woodwork that I didn't know was fire signs. So y'all surrounded me too. So shout out to the Charles Faulkner. I know he over 40, so you should be hitting like 41 this year. And you got BlurredCon coming up April 1st. Oh shit, it's coming. It's coming. April Fool's Day is upon us almost. So shout out to the Black Captain America, or as we know him, the Red, White, and Black, Elijah Bradley. Rainfire was just mentioning this show, A Night with the Devil, that they should have got you to consult on. I haven't seen that movie yet. I've done enough damage to my psyche this week, so I'm going to pass on that one till I get my strength back up, and then I'm gonna go back and probably watch that piece of shit too. But shout out to Charles Faulkner Jr. I will give you the double that. Appreciate you, Charles.
Double lag. Fat, double lag. 100 on the sack, double that. Block like a ghost town, still double bad.
And punching in, he probably at work listening on the earbuds. Shout out to the Malika Me Bang. He came through again. Appreciate you, Malika. He said a little something for the Geek Elite family. Appreciate you, man. Something for the collection plate on the Sunday Geek Sermon on the Mound. I will give you the double up because you hit it twice, man. So you get the guts and butts. So named by Charles Faulkner Jr. Appreciate you.
Double up. 3 or 4 times. I ain't telling no lies. Run it up. Never let a hard time on the
And shout out to Aquatechie for doubling up on the stream as well. Appreciate you, Aquatechie. And I should tell any new people that are watching this, Cash App goes for the content creator. Super chats that you see these good gentlemen supporting here goes to the YouTube algorithm. So if you would like to see your favorite YouTuber, I'm looking at the wrong fucking thing. If you like to see your favorite YouTuber channel grow, this is how you help it grow. Hitting the like button or the dislike button, either way, because as you can see this week, they watch ratios too. Either way, it helps the algorithm. So long as you are interacting and touching it one time, something, whatever you like. And then comment in the chat, sharing this. Like it, share it, subscribe to the channel, click that bell so you get the alerts, because we all know in the black sector that shadow banning starts with black folks. Okay, that's why it's called shadow banning. Prove me wrong. So by sharing this on your social medias, Tumblr, TikTok, Reddit, some place where a bunch of assholes gather and like to complain and argue about shit, namely Facebook, it helps. It spurs the conversation, which I love. Look, I like seeing how fast I can cut shit down. I do. I'm a carpenter. I can get shit nailed to a post, I will nail it to a post. So the super chats actually help the algorithm as well, along with other stuff you do, like commenting in the chat and joining the conversation. Because trust me, I can have this conversation by myself without sitting in front of a camera and talking to you guys and asking you questions. But it's better when I do it that way, when I can get your feedback from what you saw. Because the only homework for this channel is that hopefully you've watched some of the stuff that's came out this week. One or anything. Do your reading. It's like college course, dude. Did you do the reading? Did you do the watching? Did you do it? Because like Aquatechie is saying here in his super chat, I see the quacking made a comeback in the Roadhouse reaction. Oh yeah, it did. Oh, it was a quackening. It was a quackening, dude. I felt the rush of the quackening. It was too late at night for them to be pulling that bullshit on me. It was really too late at night for that. I was not in the best of moods. And trust me, when I finished doing the editing on that video last night, I was drinking. I had to drink to finish that shit. I haven't been drinking in months. Well, since St. Patrick's Day, but that was different. But I had to have me some Applejack to finish that shit. I was up late finishing that. So, y'all respect my struggle and give to your geekdom God. Yes, geekdom and savior. I'm on this cross for you. Okay, taking these lashes and these spears for you, so you don't have to. So, appreciate the struggle. So, shout out to Aquatechie. Yes, the quackening came back, and I did that in thinking of you. I was going to lead in and just say the quackening, but I didn't want to ruin it for anybody who gets a little giggle when they see that shit come up. So shout out to Aquateki. I will give you the guts and butts. Appreciate you.
Double up, 3 or 4 times. I ain't telling no lies. Run it up. Never let a hard time on the was.
Look at Toya dancing her little self through here. What up, T? BTM for touching it one time. Yes. Mixmaster goes both ways. Wicked, 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 wicked. Sorry, you got to go up here. Wicked, 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 wicked. That's what it is, man. Appreciate you, Toya, for supporting the stream. I'm not going to go in on Toya because I'm happy she showed up. Showed up in here. I know she's been under the weather. So glad you made it. Appreciate the chocolate energy. Feed me. I will give you that 3B salute. Appreciate you. Yes, Charles is right. The Fire Nation has invaded. No shit. It's Chosen's comment is coming. Damn, Firebenders gonna be just spontaneously creating fire out of nothing. Like, oh my God, they're gonna be combusting the atmosphere and shit. All right, so it's about 20 minutes in. Let me get through who else is in here, give them their props and their shots. I do appreciate everybody who comes through and hangs around to hear my sexy voice. Shout out to Rob of Comics Explained. I always give credit. That's just what it is. I'm listening. Said, good morning. Good morning to you, sir. I see you. Appreciate you instructing the good people to like, share, and subscribe. I do appreciate that. Shout out to the package man, No One, saying salute. Salute to you, sir. I know we got some stuff to talk about because I saw you in the comment section too. You can count the quacks in that last video. And for all those who don't know, the last video was the Roadhouse reaction review, react view, whatever you want to call it, that I put up this morning for Roadhouse, which we are going to talk about today because the title of this stream ended up being The Road Less Traveled because of that. And I got some things to say about that. I'm sorry. There's a lot of stuff that happened in geekdom this week, like one on top of the other, like a human centipede of eating crap. But we got to talk about some of this stuff. I got to. I just can't. Shout out to No One saying, to me, my geek man. It's funny. Yeah. I don't have Univision, though. We got Charles, the light-skinned warder, the light-skinned wonder. Shout out to Two Triv. Appreciate you, Two Triv, coming through on a Sunday. One of my favorite parishioners. We got the Aquateki. We're missing a like. Yeah, I'm sure we are. Good to be 7 for 7, people. I can appreciate that. I mean, it's only 7 people. You should be able to get 7 likes just from saying hello to people. I like videos and I ain't even watched the shit yet. I do. I'm a little torn on watching the Acolyte video. I wasn't sure if I should like it or dislike it. The trailer, I mean, but I still undecided. I just watched it. I didn't drop one or the other. It didn't matter either. It did not matter either. It was hit and continue to be hit. Shout out to the Jack. Appreciate you with the Bizarro symbol. And my favorite tall brother, JT of Fracture Comics. What's good with you, JT? JT, I had an idea too while you in here, if you're still hanging around. What do you think about going to see Double Toasted in LA? I think it's next month. Like, LA is nothing for us. I think it'd be fun to go see Corey and the gang in LA. Me and you roll through there, just hang out, talk shit. I think we could end up at a bar drinking. I think we could. It seemed cool. I'm cool. We could talk shit. Might be fun. You never know. I don't know. Let me know what you think about that. It was an idea floating around my fucking head. I said, you coming to do a live show in LA? LA is nowhere for us. It don't take 30 minutes on a flight. I got to see how much the ticket is for their live event, but that might be fun for me. It might be fun for me. You're the only other person I know who actually watched that shit. He said, go on. Yeah. You the only other person I know that watch Double Toaster. Everybody else in here always quoting the white boy geeks. They're never quoting the black dudes that review movies. Never do. It's funny, you know. Some people's ice is colder, but I always hear about everybody else, the UK dudes and the white boys. And not that I got anything against them. I just think it's actually funny whose voice always comes out of people's mouths first. Just saying. I'm not a hater. I'm just amateur psychologist. So I think about those kind of things. If that's the first voice you go to and the first one you repeat, Schley Maslin did his work. So anyway, shout out Studio. Studio is here. Appreciate you coming through, Studio. And Charles is giving woo and blessings. Okay. Let's get into this shit. I have plenty of notes on this sheet in front of me because there was plenty of stuff that was happening this week. And I had thoughts on all of it. Now, this show now, I still have all the Shop Talk Live stuff up because I haven't changed it all over yet. And I'm still working on some of the intros and stuff like that. I probably shouldn't have changed it until then, but it was a new year. The channel had hit its 5-year mark, so I had to change, and I made the change. That's just how it is. You build the plane while you're flying it. So I'm repainting the plane as I'm flying it. Just how it works. So on the hero's journey, what I try to do is look at how these things go in media. What is the bright spot you can pull out of all of this? And what shitty roads some people actually go down. And this Roadhouse movie for me was a bit of that. Now, there was a lot of things in geekdom this week that just really struck me as being the roads less traveled, or the roads littered with broken dreams. The stuff that's happening with Star Wars, best believe that is the boulevard of broken dreams to me. It is. Acolyte trailer dropped. Trailer didn't look too bad, but I already know all the stuff going on behind the scenes with this Acolyte crap. How long I've been listening to this shit for like over 2 years. I have not been looking forward to this show coming out. The only reason I'm looking to see it now is, oh, thank God it's close. So we can take a shit and get it over with. Look, the Acolyte right now is looking to me like Indiana Jones 5. I just want it to come out so I can stop talking about it. So I can watch it and stop talking about this shit. I'm sick to death of hearing about the damn Acolyte. I'm sick to death of it. And it don't take that long for me to do it. I was sick to death of hearing about it over a year ago. I just put the shit out so we can get it over with. Please, for me. Put it out tomorrow. I don't care what state it's in. Just put it out so we can watch it and get it the hell over with, because I'm tired of hearing about it. It's just so much an affront to what George Lucas created. I'm tired of y'all using his name. I'm tired of you dragging Star Wars through the mud. Just put this shit out and get it over with so we can, hose off our shoes and keep walking. We can continue on our journey. I'm not looking forward to this shit. I'm not looking forward to the Star Wars HR. Yeah, the High Republic. That's what it stands for, HR division of Star Wars. I'm not looking for that shit. I don't want to see it, but I will. I will drink this poison and try to transmute that water of life into something that you can actually find useful. Just so they can get it over with. Go on, girl, rub it out and get it over with. Yeah, you gonna squirt. Yeah, just do what you do and get it over with. Yes, Aquatech, rip the damn bandage off already. Yeah, rip the bandage off. Now, Fracture, this is the common point that everybody sees us upon with this thing. And make no mistake, I'm not calling you out or anything like that because you made it. It just leads to another point. And understand that if anybody is new here, if I respond to something you say in the chat, unless it's fucking stupid and I don't know who you are, I am not attacking you. Most of these people in the chat I actually know, so I consider you all friends or elites. So if I'm challenging an idea you put up, I am not talking shit about you personally. I'm attacking the idea. I will never attack you. I can attack you in person. Like JT know me. You know where the hell I live. You can come kick my door down right now and be like, what you say? Frisco. You know, you can get at it. But it's a debate, man. You can have those without having contention. So this is the first thing people always throw in there. Harvey Weinstein's assistant, Harvey Weinstein's assistant, Harvey Weinstein's assistant, right? I'll throw something in there just to make it funny for a little while. JT probably knows where I'm going with this because he's the one who actually, kind of told me about this shit with KK. There is an indication that KK don't necessarily swing one way. Could be why she went to bat for Leslie Headland. Now, I think it's the funniest thing in the world with Leslie Headland that no matter what pictures I keep seeing her in, it keeps looking like she's trying to look like somebody else. Now, understand, I have a theory here, and I will not say this theory is grounded in any facts. It's just my observable existence in this world with certain people. And what I observe with certain people is that people that live with the lifestyles, alternative lifestyles outside the norm, they always try to find a model, right? They're always looking for an identity. It's a bit different than a mixed child always having to find an identity for themselves, too, between the two ethnicities or cultures that they come from. Shout out to the master teacher BGS, and I like saying master teacher because every time I do, a hater grows his wings, dies a gruesome death and grows his wings. And in the words of Pinhead, your pain will be legendary even in hell. Appreciate you, BGS, for supporting the stream. I will give you, gave me the super sticker. You got Superman over here too. That actually works. Or at least the black Superman over here that works. I will give you the guts and butts. Appreciate it.
Double up, 3 or 4 times. I ain't telling no lies. Run it up. Never let a hard time on the once.
So there seems to be a tendency that these people always look for an identity. Now, there's no difference between heterosexual folks to where boys and girls, young boys and girls, always look for somebody to model themselves after, right? They always look for somebody to model themselves after. For a lot of us young boys, especially as Gen Xers, we modeled ourselves after some people in entertainment or comic books. Make no mistake about it. Part of that hero's journey is having a master or a journeyman and learning how to become one yourself. Now, for Gen Xers, it's very apparent because it's the stuff that we stick up for the most. Batman, Superman, Spider-Man, Bruce Lee, Dalton. A lot of these characters we really took to as an aspiration for ourselves. Now, I couldn't tell you what it is for girls because I'm not a little girl. But I know they have them as well. Now, the funny part about Leslie Head Cheese over here, Super Chin, is that in different pictures, I always see this chick looking different. I always see her looking different. Now, understand, she's kind of young. And yes, she is queer. So fucking what? So what? What does that mean? We can't go in on her? Is she queer? I'm sorry, I thought you was an American. Living in California. Possibly in the Bay Area. Where we can talk about anybody. And everybody. Because we all here together. You want to be part of the family? Then you get talked about as well. Now, understand the fact that she has some, I would say, confusion about herself and her lifestyle choice makes it a little bit interesting when I see her in pictures always trying to look like somebody else. And one of the things that I always see her trying to look like is George Lucas. Now, I don't know if they're on my computer or on my phone. I don't remember which one I put them on. I was going to do a video and make this little menagerie of pictures, this little collage of pictures of Leslie Headland and how certain times she looks like George Lucas. Wearing the flannel and the glasses and her hair pulled back and all the rest of that shit. Because understand and make no mistake about it. Yeah, she is a lesbian. So what? I can see why. She ain't that cute. And I seen her lady too. Her partner. Yeah, I seen her partner. Her partner looked like an old bitch. So you got some old Leslie pimping out the new young fresh meat. Like she can't figure out if she want to be sexy or want to be the dude in the situation. I'm like, make up your fucking mind. Now, what's weird to me about this, if you hear about all the behind the scenes stuff that goes on with her, is that she is probably responsible for Gina Carano getting fired. The main one responsible for Gina Carano getting fired. But you can pull up pictures where she's looking like she's trying to look dead on like Gina Carano. I'm like, damn, did she want to chew her out or something? Is that what happened? She turns you down? Because make no mistake about it, I thought that's what Kathleen Kennedy's problem was with Gina Carano. Gina Carano wasn't going to be a bottom if she was a lesbian, which she ain't. Oh, she like dick. She just don't like mine, but she ain't had it yet. I mean that in all due respect. I just think she's attractive. Not that I want her to come try to kick my ass, but she want to throw a leg lock on me. I'll nibble on that thigh. Shout out to GC boyfriend too. Anyway, point being is that when you mention the Weinstein stuff with Leslie Headland, you know what the first thing I think of is? Being that she's a lesbian. She was the one picking these motherfuckers. That's what I think of. Personal assistant, right? What was the personal assistant's job? Set up your meetings? Harvey, you got a 1 o'clock, you got a 2 o'clock, and you know so-and-so is coming, so you're going to need an extra 30 minutes. Maybe she was in there filming it. Maybe that's why she can ascend to these kind of heights and nobody just really just force her to fuck out. You ever thought of that shit? Now, could that be, some salacious shit or outside the pale for me to even mention? Look, man, you don't think about this stuff? I'm just assuming. She been there all that time. He went to jail. She didn't. Maybe she was the one turned his ass in. But make no mistake, she was setting the meetings and she was probably picking the chicks because they might have been cute to her too. So when this is why, let me back up. This is why I stopped mentioning that Harvey Weinstein point. Because yeah, it's sad, but what do you mean by it? Was she in there filming? Glass to the door? She had to know what was going on. Your personal assistant's supposed to know you better than you, right? That's what makes them a good personal assistant. She didn't have that job for a year, did she? No, she had it for a few, right? So she was probably pretty good at that shit. Didn't they throw R. Kelly in jail behind people getting him chicks? Well, who do you think did that shit? I'm just saying. These are questions she can answer. So finding her way into Star Wars is not surprising to me. Especially since the low-key secret in Star Wars and Disney is that Bob Yogurt, or excuse me, Igor, meaning that he's going to pelvic thrust your eye socket with his idea of DEI. Got a rainbow flag flying behind him in secret. He got that shadow flag like Captain America and Winter Soldier with the grayed out stars and stripes. And then you got KK, the rumored to, have some proclivities, which I don't give a shit about. You can do whatever the hell you want to. It's your choice. Why y'all hiding though? If you're trying to push this shit on everybody else, why are you hiding? You grant yourself a lot of cover if you just came out about it. Man, she spelled her name with a Y. This is the other thing that pissing me off. Leslie with a Y. Because you're questioning yourself. Just like everybody else. Let me pull up an image so I can show y'all what I'm talking about right now. I wish I could do a split screen on this. Just bear with me for a hot second. I'll pull this up. Wow, whip this out. I love it when Google already knows what I'm going to type before I type it. It's like it's reading my mind. Like, I think I want this, and bing, there it is. This fucking algorithm got some psychic powers. The algorithm is too good. They know what I was going to type before I typed it. All right. Now, this is just a little something to prove my point, right? Give you some shit to think about. Because I don't want to stay on Leslie Headland long. Because even if I could, I wouldn't. Now, look at that. Look at that face. It's a shrunken head, right? The dark hair, strong chin, the small set eyes. She looks a little like George Lucas in this one right here. Like she would have been a secret love child or some shit like that. She look a little like George Lucas right here. She just don't have her glasses on, right? But you know what this really looks like? This happened at, the Rise of Skywalker opening or whatever the hell else they were doing, right? Some red carpet event for Rise of Skywalker. The worst movie in Star Wars history. Right? Okay. Now wait for it. This picture of Gina Carano happened the same day. Same place. What does that look like to you? Well, that's Gina Carano. Full-breasted it and big arms and everything. This is big Gina. This is not little young 20-something-year-old Gina. This is, grown Gina. You don't say. And then I'll take it back. Gotta be a way to do this easier than that, where I can have two images at the same time. And I'll take it back. With her little suit on and a little, B cup and shoulder pads. This was a person behind the scenes trying to get Gina out on some, she against trans people and stuff. Kind of telling, right? Why? She want to be Gina. Or she want to be between Gina's thighs, like me. But neither one of us are. She the only one really pissed off about it. And make no mistake about it. If I ever met Gina in person, I would have to own that shit. Like, no, I'm not your type. It's a sad day for you. Now, I can look at them both on my screen at the same time and just flip back and forth. Like, she's trying to look like Gina Carano. It's a psychological thing where you try to emulate the things that you like, i.e. love. You don't think she knew Gina Carano was going to be here at this opening? Did they just happen to show up wearing the same thing? I've known forever that girls don't like showing up and seeing another chick looking the same way she does. I can tell you this. Gina wore a dress and filled it out. This goofy wore a suit and had to pad it. That does not strike me as the secure, strong woman that she's reporting to be. So, my point on Leslie Headland is that, to put it not so bluntly, she is a talentless fucking hack. And a hack job is what you're going to see on this acolyte. But since somebody paid her and employed her to write this shit that they've been writing for over 2 years, had to have Jon Favreau come in and help her, had to have fuck up Dave Filoni, Vagina Hat come in and help her. Bunch of other teams, they've rewritten this thing like 7 other times, as far as I lost count after 7, for real. They had to rewrite this shit 7 times. Do you think it is going to be anything good? I don't. I still have to watch it though. And I will still try to pull something good out of it. That's just who the fuck I am, dude. It's just what I do. Try to look at the bright side. Yeah, some single white female. Look, dude, if I start pulling up the pictures of her that look like George Lucas, y'all can do it on your own. Do it on your computer. Pull up a picture of Leslie Headland and then pull up a picture of George Lucas. And if you look at the pictures with Leslie Headland with glasses on, especially after Star Wars Celebration, she is trying to look like George. She's trying to pass herself off as fucking George. Dave can't do it because I don't know if he can grow a beard. That's a shaved vagina. I got a lot of ire for Dave right now. I really do. Chapping my fucking Star Wars love. So I'm done with talking about the Acolyte until this shit comes out and we can watch. I think it's 8 episodes of that, hopefully, or maybe it's 12. Let's get through that 12 weeks of torture. Act like we on a boat crew doing butts training or some shit like that. We can hear David Goggins screaming in your ear like we're gonna lift the boat. Something to get through it. But understand it's about to be a slog, man. It is a storm a coming. It's raining diarrhea. And you're going to have to put on your boots and your slicker and get out there and just trudge through it till you get to the other side. It's going to suck. Embrace the suck. Shout out to David Goggins. Once you know that, you can adjust to it. You can start making your plans for the after times. Because you make your plans in the before times. Because there's only one time they can make the first one. And there's only one time that they can see the return on that first one. To understand that, people watched it to see how bad it was. And then they probably walked away by episode 3. Now, that's just like a prediction. I'm not psychic. I'm just... Look, the attention span of the modern audience is not that freaking long. They couldn't sit through 3 episodes of WandaVision just because it was in black and white. So unless you got an explosion a minute happening in this, I don't think they're going to be there for it, especially from somebody who's not, understandably, this is her first time doing anything like this. The first time. I don't know whose first time gets them into, $1 million status to do things like this and IPs like this. I mean, even in comic books, Todd McFarlane is awesome, but they gave him the books that was failing first. That's what he got to draw first. He didn't get to just get up to doing Spider-Man and all that shit from the get-go. Oh, no. No, you start on those sucking titles and show us what you got there. If you can make that work, then we'll move you up. They don't do that shit no more. Now all you have to do is be part of somebody's group and have the fear of some legal action behind you, and it'll just push your ass up to whatever level. You will fail upwards with a rocket ship because they're too afraid to tell you no, you suck. Well, I'm a lesbian. You still suck. Pseudo penis, a real one. It don't matter. What are we talking about? An enlarged clit. It's just a small dick. I don't believe I said that. I think I'm gonna have to edit that shit out somewhere. So much for that childhood rating. What up, Death Racer? It took a lot of people out. That was the main complaint. It ain't black and white. Because old TV shows were in black and white? How fucking old are you? Shut up and sit down and watch the show. Jesus Christ. Listen to the words if you can't get over the lack of color. Blind bastards. I only followed dog whistles anyway, and I only thought dogs can see in 2 colors, so you should be all right. Idiots. Same people who never grew up watching. Yeah, exactly, Aqua Techie. Same people, man. Don't know movies came in black and white before they ever developed color. Fucking stupid shit. Anyway, so the question that I have for you guys, and this is what I'm asking you. I have my own idea on it, but this is the one I'm asking you about this Acolyte and the Star Wars shit, because I don't want to labor on this, because I do want to shit on Roadhouse for the way it shit on me. We're just gonna be 2 monkeys at the zoo throwing shit back and forth. That's just what it's gonna be. Here's the question I want to ask you guys. Now, the trailer for the Acolyte looked really good. It did look really good. Looked like they spent a lot of money on it. Now, understand that there was a time last year that Disney was all in Lucasfilm's back pocket about emails and some other shit and trying to find out where the money was going. Because you can remember at Celebration, there was nothing really shown about the Acolyte. Most people thought this was not really a project. It was a dead project, right? But there was money being allocated for it. And you saw the predecessors to the Acolyte, the shows that were coming out, look kind of cheap. Like Mandalorian Season 3, look kind of cheap. Andor, it's a good show. Didn't look like it had a lot of money put into it, though. Right? Well, so Dave got a little bit of money for Ahsoka just because he down there tickling taints. But, or I should say tongue tickling taints, but wasn't a lot of money. It looked really cheap. Everybody was on the volume. And since the volume is indoors and no practical sets, it should be pretty cheap. Next to all the CG, right? But the Acolyte looked real good. So it begged the question when I looked at that trailer, is like, is that where all the money went in Lucasfilm? Because I remember hearing over 2 years ago about how they kept building sets and tearing them down and rebuilding sets and having to redo scripts and build another set and tear it down and build another one. Like, I wasted a lot of goddamn money on this. A lot of damn money. Is this where it all went? That's where it went, right? That's why all the rest of these shows look like shit, and they didn't have the person in charge of Lucasfilms, the CEO, KK, would not greenlight them for enough money to actually do the shit? Because she was pouring all the money into the Crapolite? Huh. Interesting. Or she was pocketing some of that shit. Because you already know from the lawsuit they got going on about this Acolyte shit, and one of the directors that they supposedly were trying to hire for this shit, they didn't pay her. They didn't pay her really shit. And she had to have a lawsuit to get the money that she lost fucking around with them. So where's the money? Where's the money? I mean, the trailer looks good, but where's the money? Yeah, opportunistic infection. Since we're talking about some women, I guess it would be a yeast infection of the Star Wars universe. Yeah, consuming the host's resources. Exactly. Remember all that talk about KK gonna start her own movie studio after she leave Lucasfilm, and she's gonna cannibalize some of the talent from Lucasfilms to create Starlight Studios? Where are you getting the money for that shit? I'm just saying. Acolyte looked pretty good. So understand that seems like this was her KK's endgame, which was to sabotage all these other shows, stifle them from having the resources they need to make the show that they wanted to make, get in the writing room, fuck up the writing for that, thanks to her and Dave, and ruin all these shows so the Acolyte could stand supreme among all of them. Because make no mistake about it, Mando 3 was scuttled by Kathleen Kennedy and Dave Filoni, the Judas in the camp. That's why Jon Favreau's character got killed on screen. And that's why you ain't heard from Jon Favreau. And she keep pushing the sock puppet, Dave Filoni. I heard somebody mention something last week about Dave Filoni being a creator in Star Wars next to George Lucas's name. I'm like, oh, I felt offended by hearing that shit. Because, yeah, he created some characters, but that'll make you to... Timothy Zahn created some characters, too. You don't see him wanting credit next to George Lucas. Aaron Alston. What's it? Karen Travers. They created some characters, too. You don't see them trying to shoulder up with George. I created characters in this universe. Shut the fuck up. That's a privilege, not a right. I told y'all the issue I was having with Bad Batch, that Dave Filoni's name coming before George Lucas's. Created by Dave Filoni. Star Wars universe created by George Lucas. Wait a minute, nigga. You the second guy in. Yeah, Malika, blasphemy. Yeah, that is blasphemy than a motherfucker. You don't talk about Marvel Comics without giving Stan Lee credit first, do you? That Star Wars shit is rubbing me way the wrong way. They got too many of the wrong fucking people in positions of power. Unlimited power. Because make no mistake about it, Leslie Headland might be the one credited with writing the Acolyte, but the Acolyte was Filoni. And now the Jedi's failure is complete. That's why he was trying to cozy up to George so much, while opportunistically infecting his Star Wars universe with his bullshit. So that's the question. Is the Acolyte where all the money that was being lost from Lucasfilms? Is the Acolyte where it went? That's the question. Is that where it all went? Because make no mistake about it, even if the trailer looks good, if you watch this show and it looks cheap anywhere, somebody needs to come up with that money. Somebody gonna have a lot to answer for. And I'm gonna be really curious if they get called on the carpet about that shit. Because proxy fights or whatever, look, I've been saying this shit for years. The amount of money that this woman has lost this company on this IP is possibly more than they paid for it. And they have to hit a point where it needs to turn a profit. You need to fuck or walk. because it ain't been turning one. The only person that had it turned into some kind of a profit was Jon Favreau. And you killed his dreams and visions. I'm not interested in the Mando and Grogu movie. You know what I want to see from Grogu? I want to see him train with Luke Skywalker and learn how to use the Force completely. I don't need a Mac and Me movie with Mandalorians in the Star Wars universe. This ain't E.T., bitch. And you ain't Steven Spielberg. You know what you call the person that stands next to the man? The runner. Go get the coffee. So, the other stuff that came out about this stuff, Star Wars, I'm about an hour in. Like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. And definitely support the stream if you feel like you like this conversation. Or I am at least proposing some ideas that get the gears in your head turning to ask questions, which you should always do. George coming out and throwing his support behind Igor and the board. Look, I laughed about it at first, and then I thought about it a little bit deeper when Valiant Renegade, that's where I heard it from, brought out the ideas that Lucas's wife is connected to Citibank board, right? And one of the guys at Citibank came out in support of Iger. And then a couple of days later, George came out in support of Iger. Now, most people started blaming his wife that she had did something unscrupulous or put something out there for George to say because George is old and failing health and not that good. I don't believe that shit. I don't. That dude was fighting to be on sets and work with Disney just last year, from what I was hearing. So I don't believe that. What I do believe possibly happened is that George got blackmailed. Now, this is not a conspiracy theory in a sense. I'm just saying that there could have been some soft blackmail involved in that shit. Because if I remember correctly, and y'all correct me if I'm wrong, y'all can use your Google fingers just like anybody else. But I believe George Lucas's wife right now is a black woman, a B-dub. And yeah, she might be a lefty. She might be. But when I made the joke about George's statement sounding like something that was ran through AI in the legal team, that's what it sounded like. It sounded like a ransom note. And I was saying they had his kids for hostage. Maybe it wasn't his kid. Maybe it was his wife. Maybe they threatened to take her fucking board seat and all her little power away from her. George, they're gonna hurt me if you don't do this. Because best believe, no black chick want to go broke. No black chick want to go broke. Married to a white man or not, that's supposed to be you've arrived. You got your Oscar, right? Think she want to be broke? Think you want to see them kicking her off of board seats and losing everything that she's gained her cash and prizes? No, nigga. Better get out there and say whatever the fuck them people want you to say. Don't be fucking up this money. I got a bag. I don't want to lose that. Since she actually got a job to make her not an ignorant black chick. So my thinking is maybe they put a gun to her head. And George had to do it to save his wife. Because a year or two removed from Will Smith stepping on stage and slapping the shit out of Chris Rock, we all should understand that married men at times can do some stupid shit for their wives that won't make any sense to anybody and could possibly cost them a lot of goddamn money. But they'll still do it because that's their wife. They just feel like that they're supposed to do that dumb shit. And maybe George's dumb shit, since he at this age where this could be his last go around on the laying in the bed next to a vagina. Maybe he did the unspeakable and just said, yeah, I give him all this power because what the fuck am I going to do about all this? John Favreau's gone. My acolyte was cut down. They running this shit now. Oh well. There is no hope. Lucasfilm is left in darkness. Good Filoni being Anakin. How could she go broke off of George's money? The majority of George's money comes from stock in Disney. Now, if they scared her enough into believing that, since everybody wants to throw activists in front of saying Nelson Peltz, like that fucking matters. Like we ain't dealing with activists right now in the company. Like that's a bad word all of a sudden. It's funny how the looking glass gets twisted for these people. Thought they love activists. Oh, I guess, 2 legs bad, 4 legs good. But not that kind. Freedom of speech for thee, but not for you. Free, not for thee. Right? But the fear is that there will be a loss of money and stock price if Nelson gets in charge. You're going to lose everything because they're going to sell it off. Because you understand, a lot of the people on the board don't own a lot of stock in Disney, which I think is shameful. I really do. I've told you guys before, for my little stock planning idea, anything that you buy a lot of as a consumer, like if you regularly go to Vons or Kroger's or whatever fucking store chain it is that you go to, you love Nikes, you buy Nikes and all that shit, you should own stock in that. You should. Why? Because it pays you. You're paying yourself. You're banking on the success of that company to pay you a return on your investment. And if you buy this shit, why wouldn't you support what you buy? It's like supporting on YouTube. Like, share, subscribe. You should own stock. Why do the people running this company not own a lot of stock into it? Why can a person that's not even on the board own more stock in this company than the people running the fucking company? I'm not saying they got to own all of it, but you should own a significant amount of it because that makes you invested in what you're producing. George Lucas owns a lot of shares of Disney because that's what they gave his ass to buy Star Wars from him. It wasn't just a big couple dump trucks full of cash. They gave him a shitload of stock too, in the billions. Yeah, Aquatechia does show a lack of confidence, but what it also shows is that you don't want to lose your money with the bullshit you're doing. It's like being on YouTube. Angry Man has talked about this many a times. But it's not true for everybody, but some people. It's one thing to say the shit that you want to say behind an avatar. It's another thing to say the shit you want to say when your fucking face is out there. Completely different. You got skin in the game. Because somebody could find you or roll up on you in public. These goofballs doing the shit that they're doing with Disney and they are not gambling with their money makes me wonder, do they even give a fuck about Disney? Obviously they don't. Not enough to own any stock in it. Which is the thing that's been coming back to me all week is that, well, maybe I just like this shit more than the people who are creating it. maybe I show more love, respect, and appreciation for this than the people who are responsible for creating it. That is a crazy thought to me. It's a crazy thought to me. I do not think I love Spawn more than Todd McFarlane. I don't. You know why? Because he built that whole company up around one character and been rocking with and pimping that character for decades, over 20 years, and still do. Todd old, he getting wrinkly, but he still be out there pimping his character, nigga. You think he owned less stock in McFarlane Toys than somebody else does? No fucking way. He probably the majority shareholder. You think Elon owned less stock in Tesla and X and everything he owned than somebody else? Fuck no. Hell no. No way in hell. So why are these goofballs owning less stock than some outside person? That they can't afford it? It means they don't care. And if they ruin it, it won't matter because it ain't costing them shit. It's costing them nothing to walk into the house that you built, you as being the paying customer and the fan with your dollars. You paid them, they built it. It's nothing for them to come in and kick that shit down because they ain't got no money invested in it anyway. You know what that looks like? It looks like your fucking projects. If you ain't got no money invested in this shit, how do people take care of it? They take care of it like subsidized fucking housing. They tear it the fuck up with no qualms and then bitch about what they don't have in it. Oh, you guys aren't supporting this stuff because it sucks. Why don't you make something worth supporting? Oh. What person, what company can lead you in some direction where they want society to go and they won't even put their own money up to lead in that damn direction? I think you're bullshitting. You obviously are not committed or invested. But they worried about the dude who got a lot of shares coming in and doing, oh, he gonna change things. He gonna make us pay. He gonna raise my rent. Yeah, bitch, you can't keep having babies. This your grandmother's house. No, it's time for you to get a job. Yeah, Star Wars Section 8 like a motherfucker. Yeah. Tell me it don't look like that. Where would Leslie Headland have a job if KK wouldn't hired her? Where? No television credits. What was the one that was talking about Russian dolls or some shit? Has anybody even seen that shit? And that was a co-credit. Where? Where would she have a gig? Everybody knows it's stapled to the top of her resume. Her last employer was Harvey Weinstein. So maybe she know where to find some pussy, but she don't know shit about making no shows. Writing those scripts. You had an acumen for this shit. It ain't been proven. But first out the gates, you get some Star Wars IP money? Really? That is quite peculiar. That is really peculiar because even Ryan Coogler had to produce some movies first. Some successful movies first before he got the big enchilada of a Disney check. Fuck out of here. So understand, Lucas coming out and saying what he did, it don't change a damn thing for me. It sounds really fucked up. It does. I can be really disappointed in George. I can be. I haven't agreed with every choice that George has made, and that's just how it goes. But at the same time, I still believe that shit. He got put up to that shit. There was something they were holding over his head to make him say that shit. Just like there was something they were holding over his head to get him to show up on a red carpet for one of these shit movies they put out last. They made his ass show up for that. How? I don't fucking know. I'm not behind the scenes with him. But they said something and did something to get him to stroll his ass out there with them and look like he was a fucking hostage. Didn't want to say shit, didn't want to touch nobody, nothing. On stage with, I think it was Bob, Frank Marshall, and KK. And George standing up there like, what the fuck am I doing here? I don't even want to be here. They're holding something over on his ass. I don't know what. Maybe they do got pictures of him and Steven Spielberg finger cuffing KK out. I don't know. Somebody suggested that George behind the scenes gay. Do it fucking matter? So what? What does it change? He still wrote what he wrote. He still created what he created. I don't give a fuck. Because in my generation, it ain't new for some married dude to be secretly gay. Not new at all. That is not some out there idea. It happens. Anyway. She's written and directed 2 films, I believe. They were romance and dramas. Oh, goody. So we should have a lot of romance in Star Wars now. So maybe she'll write a believable kissing scene. Written and directed 2 films. Okay, JT, throw them in the chat if you find them. Throw them in there. Maybe I'll go back and watch that shit when I feel like, cutting my eyeballs. A man who believes in his creation and builds it from nothing will always invest everything into it. That's about taking a risk and having unshakable faith in his creation. And I'll just add to that, Malika, having an unshakable faith in himself. What he is putting forth. Because make no mistake about it, one of the things that George Lucas said that I agree with was that these stories, these movies are his children. They are. Just like Prince thought his songs were his children. And he protected them as such. As long as he could. And as soon as that motherfucker died in that elevator, they was out there pimping his songs everywhere. Because he was a protective father. He didn't let you go out there and just bastardize and use his children for supermarket commercials and all that shit. Oh, no. Oh, no. We're not going to be doing that. As soon as he passed, Warner Brothers had his shit everywhere. To if and anybody who would pay the money to use it. George Lucas is in that same boat right now. He sold his children. He did. To somebody he thought was going to take care of him. Oh, they took care of him all right. They put a gimp ball in their mouth and trotted their ass out there on a leash. And he had to see that shit. But also, like a father, he has to understand, I'm fucking old now. These kids going to have to stand up and fight for themselves. I can't get them free. They're going to have to grow up. He can't do it. He is too old now. And that's not faulting him on his age or anything like that. But George has been rocking with and protecting Star Wars since the fucking 70s. Since he first had the idea for it that nobody really believed in. Besides his trusted friends like Steven Spielberg, Francis Ford Coppola. That was the whole reason why he made Lucasfilm, because he had to do it independently of Hollywood. He wanted to see his vision through. Thought that shit was silly. Well, he showed them. And what did they do decades later? became his Undertaker, took his franchise from him for some money, and did everything they could to ruin it. In the sense of, oh, well, George forgot this. We're going to throw this in there because George forgot it. Because, George ain't really up on this kind of stuff. But we're going to give it a little bit new modern injections. Really? How's that worked out for you? Is Star Wars in a better position or a worse position since Disney took it over? Because there is a difference. It's like looking at the New York skyline and not seeing the Twin Towers up there anymore. Some of us still remember what it looked like with those up there. And a lot of us just think, there was never any buildings there. Yeah, right. There never was. Yeah, sure. No, men hadn't created those heights before. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Let's manage expectations. Yeah, sure. No, the only thing you know about, huh? Fucking around. This is my only problem with some of this shit. Some of these people don't have anything else but what's happening between their legs and how they want to fuck. Who cares? Who the fuck cares? Dude, at the end of the day, you all doing the same shit. Whether it's girl on girl, a guy on guy, y'all still doing the same shit heterosexual people do. So what does it matter what you do? That's your only story point? You're not even a person at that point. You're a fucking cliche. You make Freud right. As much as y'all want to hate his ass. Jesus Christ. Moving on from that. Now save that little DC thing for later. X-Men 97, surprisingly good. So far. There's a new episode coming out next week, and I'm not looking for it to be bad, but from what I'm hearing, episode 3 was really good. So if it's better than the 2 episodes I've already seen, then I'm in for a treat next week, and then I can wait to see what happens in episode 4. But so far, X-Men 97 has been good. Surprisingly, thank God, because I was holding my breath like the fucking slap Olympics dude sitting there waiting to catch that one. I didn't. It was actually good. I was like, oh shit. Thank you. Maybe they need to put the mayo back on it. Look, Aquateki, please be good as the first 2. Yeah, but you forgot to put the praying hands up there. I heard it's really good. Like, if you know anything about where they're going, where they could be going with this whole clone of Jean Grey shit, dude, that's Madeline Pryor, the Goblin Queen. That's Madeline Pryor. You know who comes behind Madeline Pryor? Mr. Sinister, my dude. I'm waiting to see Sinister. That's one of my favorite villains. It's one of my X-Men's favorite villains. You got Magneto, you got Mr. Sinister, you got Apocalypse, dude. Those are my 3. Because they all about business. All business. I told you. Look, if you were woke up in the Marvel Universe, not the MCU, the Marvel Universe, and somebody knocked on your door and it was Mr. Sinister, you should be afraid. You should be afraid. But there's going to be more of you. You might catch an upgrade. You might die in the process, but you're going to catch an upgrade. And there's going to be a lot of you if you got something useful. Magneto show up, You made the cut. Apocalypse show up, you definitely made the cut, man. He got a spot on his crew for you, and it's only a crew of 4. You gonna roll in like Ric Flair. Woo! I need you on the 4. Mr. Sinister show up. Fuck. Might be a problem. Might be a problem. You got something he's looking for specific in your jeans. And he will cut you open and get it. Essex don't play. So I flushed out Charles. He was still in here. You know what that means. Apocalypse roll up to you in the MCU and knock on your door. Nigga, you made the cut. You joining the crew. You joining the crew. You coming in like Ric Flair. I need you to be one of my horsemen. Cause we gonna stay up all night and a little bit longer. You know what it means. You on the crew. Right on cue, yeah, you know. So with this last episode, spoiler alert, you haven't watched 2 30-minute episodes of a cartoon. I don't know how long that shit takes. Yeah, Sinister in them jeans like a motherfucker, boy. He in your jeans like a motherfucker. You might show up with a clone of you. Like, how'd you do that? I got a sample a while ago. How'd you get a sample? What are you doing? Been in my trash can again? Where my hot sauce? Let me get that beast, the second mutation. Is it a secondary mutation or was it Dark Beast? Gotta make sure. So, the end of the second episode, Jean's pregnant, and then a Jean shows up to the door. Captured, caught in the arms of Morph. Little telling. And you're like, what the fuck is going on? Well, comic fans know what the hell is going on. And I had to remember, I don't know why I was just putting this shit off while I was sitting there tripping the whole time about Jean being pregnant. Like, oh, that's kind of interesting. Well, she ain't going out in the field. I wasn't even thinking about this shit that Jean never had Cable. Jean never had Nathan. And I know it verbatim because I like the Cable. I like the character of Cable. I know this shit. I wasn't thinking shit about it. I was into the show. They say, oh, what's his name? Oh, Nathaniel. Oh, okay. That should have been like, bitch, wait a minute. That's Madeline. That's Madeline Pryor. Fuck you doing? Scott, you don't know the feel? Sinister's cloning is that good? You don't know the difference in the feel? That motherfucker is a good geneticist. That is some cloning you need. Look, I'm not interested in Dave Filoni's cloning story he's trying to fucking tell. I don't give a shit about that in Bad Batch. Mount Tantus, all that. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. But this cloning right here, Mr. Sinister made a clone that fooled this dude penis. And he been messing with that chick since they was teenagers. Fooled him. That's some hellified cloning, man. We need to research that. We need to get on that. We need to get on that. Because he got that shit down to a science. One side, though, I would die laughing seeing Ric Flair voice over Apocalypse. Make that shit. He always got them little robotic hands up there. Ooh. Come with me, my horseman. What up, Yolongo? Charles, all that's missing is somebody can cut this together of Apocalypse coming out there to fight the X-Men. You are not fit. You are not worried. Dun, dun, dun. She'll be hilarious. It should be hilarious. I'm laughing about it right now, thinking about it. Yeah, genetic molesters, yeah, that's an understatement. That is an understatement. Those are not even molesters, dude. Them motherfuckers are genetic manipulators. And not even Apocalypse. Well, You put Apocalypse. Not even Apocalypse. Sinister, yes. Dark Beast, yes. But Sinister take that shit to a whole nother level because he finds shit that he like and then he put it in himself. So not only you talking about a dude investing in his ideas, he will manipulate his own genetic code and clone himself. Hey, that motherfucker believe in his abilities. You don't think he owned all the stock in Essex Corp? He is a majority shareholder in that venture. No shit. Sidious needs to hire Sinister. Shit, if you hire Sinister, it'd have been done already. Both at Disney, maybe they can talk now. Don't give Dave Filoni an idea because he needs one. Still waiting to see his own universe. So he can say he created some shit. Don't make me do it. Do it. I can't make you do shit. You're too big, nigga. But I can engage your competitive streak, your competitive nature. You better do it for somebody else does. Would you rather create it and get the credit for it? Or would you rather somebody walk through the manosphere, pick up this little jewel like, this could be really funny, and take that shit somewhere else and make it into a whole meme that you have to put on your fucking page? Wrestle with that idea. So, X-Men 97. I'm looking to see Sinister possibly show up in the next episode. I had to tell my boy Stephen Hill, King of the Hill. There's two Stevens from work, Stephen and Stephen, right? I pronounce them both the same way, but it's a Stephen and it's a Stephen. So King of the Hill is HVAC Stephen, right? Other Stephen is my old FD, evil bastard. Thank you. Told you I use my powers for good. I use my powers for good. That soft Sith influence. You should do it, Charles. Use it. Do it. Do it, Charles. Do it, Faulkner. Do it. Wait. I ain't got Luke up there laughing. I do got Palpatine up there laughing for a reason. Shit. So I had to tell King of the Hill this when he was asking me about Morph because he forgot some stuff about Morph. And shout out to King of the Hill because his birthday was Friday. He's an Aries, Charles, and he works on HVAC. Funny, right? Fire sign working on the heating and air. Yeah, no shit. I'm about to rip on him some more when I see him on Monday. But his birthday was Friday, and he was asking me about some of the stuff with Morph. And I was having to remind him, it's like when you watch the intro, look in Morph's left eye. There's 3 red dots in his left eye. And that's the shadow of Sinister, because in the original X-Men cartoon, Morph got brought back by Sinister. Morph got killed by a Sentinel. Sinister saved his ass, brought him back, and fucked with his head, and sent him after the X-Men. So Morph was bad for a little while, but he still got some of that Sinister programming in him. He does. So, yeah, he got to show up. Morph there, Sinister got to show up. Because Sinister, if you know anything about that character, he got a fixation with the Summers line. He does. And when Jean, kind of died and went away, Sinister sought that opportunity to create a clone of Jean Grey by the name of Madeline Pryor and sent her off to be with Cyclops. And Cyclops and Madeline did have a baby. And that baby was Nathan Summers. Now, unfortunately for Nathan Summers, he was infected by Apocalypse, the dude who created Sinister, with a techno-organic virus. And to save his life, Cyclops and who he thought was Jean at the time sent their child into the future. And he came back later as Cable. Nathan Dayspring Summers. Now, it gets more trippy with X-Men and time travel. That's one of the things that is fun about X-Men comics, and shout out to Chris Claremont and some of the other guys that wrote that shit, because it was some wide sweeping stories with overlapping ideas. Because the funny enough is that Cable in the future, Nathan Summers in the future, was taken in by the Askin clan and trained by them, by Mother Askin. And Mother Askin was his sister, Rachel Summers, old lady at this time. But it was his sister. And it was his sister because it was Scott and Jean's child. Same daddy, different mamas, even though their mamas look alike. So his younger sister trained him in the future, sent him back. It sounds like a convoluted mess. It's not. It's actually kind of fun in that way, because when you get these reveals of who these people actually are behind their code name, what's their real names and shit, you're like, holy cat, this is trippy. But it's a lot of time travel and multidimensional stuff that goes on in the X-Men that makes it kind of fun to listen to, or fun to read, which is why I don't like the inclusion of all this sexuality shit as being the only story they know how to fucking tell. Like, if that's the only story you got to tell, you don't know shit, because everybody has sex. Gorillas, fucking slugs, everything. That's not a story to tell. It's something common like breathing, motherfucker. Everybody does it. Tell me something that we don't all do. Charles said, a firebender who has airbender capabilities. Exactly, dude. Exactly. In a Naruto sense, he got fire chi and he's learning how to mix it with a wind nature. Come on, man. You about to Rasengan somebody. That's basically what he's doing. A Rasengan in their air vents. The fireball. Rasengan. Your HVAC system now works. I like the friendship. Between him. I like the friendship between him and Wolf. What is that, a mistake? It must have been a mistake. Read all that shit. You think Morph could be a plant? Not this time, because if you remember the original cartoon, Morph kind of broke free of that shit. But the hint is still in there in the intro that Sinister's programming is still in him. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see what happens. But Morph is quickly being one of my fun characters in this, because I talked to Black Bane about this yesterday. He was asking, he didn't know where Archangel went and where he came from. I said, it's Morph. He's like, huh? I said, yeah, when they fell out the Blackbird and they're falling to the sky, Morph changed into Archangel. That's why nobody needed to grab him. He turned into somebody who could fly. And then when he got down on the ground, he turned back into himself. I said the same thing when I was watching episode 2 and the Executioner was about to peace out Scott, beating the shit out of him. And then all of a sudden Lady Deathstrike showed up. I'm like, where the fuck did Lady Deathstrike come from? Oh, that's right. Fucking Morph. Morph is there. Because then he turned into Psylocke. And I was like, yeah, baby, my hot Asian with blades. There we go. Get him. So Morph can get you a lot of cameos. He can get you a hell of a lot of cameos. Because in 2 episodes, what did you see? Archangel, Psylocke, Lady Deathstrike, the Blob. You have seen a lot of fan favorite characters. Fuck. You turn in a long shot, make somebody else's day. So I don't know. We'll see. That's the good bit of little storytelling that you can have that character. You've already shown him morphing into different characters. Could be a plan. Could not have broken free of that programming completely. I guess we'll see. I love the friendship and brotherhood between Wolverine and Morph. I do too, because they kind of boys. I like that. That was the other one you saw. You saw Morph turn into Sabretooth fucking with Wolverine. I was like, that's fun, dude. It's messed up, but it's fun. That's fun. Like Wolverine sitting up on a tree limb, sulking and shit like that. Morph come out there with some beers. Wolverine like, but maybe not. The motherfucker turn into Sabretooth. You're like, all right, fuck her. Let's go. Like, it's your boy, man. That's your boy. He ain't gonna let you sit down there and be down in the dumps about that shit. Man, fuck that bitch. Let's get out here and brawl, drink these beers, man, and kick it. Fuck her. You want to have that little baby. What you gonna do with a baby with Jean, dude? Baby reading your mind? Could never fuck around on her. She'd always know. You think Scott got in trouble fucking around with Emma? So yeah, I like the friendship between Wolverine and Morph because Wolverine does not need, but he should have a friend on that team, especially if he's gonna be into it with Cyclops the whole time. Sinister is a master at playing the long game. He is. He got the longest game imaginable. And his thing is messing with the genetic code of mutants. That's his thing. That is his shit. So he will dwell in the dark forever doing his little science, looking like a whole fucking Cenobite. When you see him, it's a problem because you don't know what the hell he's been working on. You don't. You never know what the hell Sinister's been working on. You just know he's doing it. You don't know what it is he's doing, but he's doing it. So watch yourself and your samples. Since Cable's from the future, shouldn't he be called streaming since Cable was obsolete? That's funny. It's funny, Charles. I believe it's Cable in the sense of a tight line. All right. Like ropes can be cut. Cables may snap, but cables are stronger than ropes or strings. From a biological standpoint, they would actually be full of siblings because Madeline is an exact clone of Jean. Yeah, but they're from Mama. They look the same, but they're different because Madeline got her own personality. She does have her own personality. She's just playing that Jean role. But I like Madeline being out there because Madeline, as the Goblin Queen, has her own kind of power set. She has her own kind of power set. She a problem. Read that X-Men story, Inferno. I like Madeline. I also like Madeline paired up with Havoc. If you ever read the comic Mutant X, in this alternate universe that Havoc got pushed into, Alex Summers, Scott's younger brother, in this universe, he was the leader of the X-Men, and his wife was Madeline Pryor. That was a cool last team. That team looked cool. That team was a cool team because it was killers on that squad, dude. Bloodstorm, the Fallen, the Goblin Queen, Brute, Iceman. Bobby Drake got touched by a frost giant and he never turned off his ice. He could never turn that shit off. Robert, that team was a problem. They were the heroes. They didn't look like it. They didn't look like the goddamn heroes. No. That's where you had Storm with the red eyes and the mohawk and the leather jacket and jeans and stuff because she got bit by Dracula and she had vampiric powers on top of her mutant elemental abilities, so she could turn into mist. Nigga, like it was a problem. It was a problem. That was a trouble squad right there. They was the heroes, but that was a trouble squad. They got it in. So I like Madeline Pryor. I like that character. I do. I thought she was better than Jean for a while because there was more done with her. But Jean grew on me after this Phoenix shit. Will we see Nate Gray in this universe? I don't know. They could do if they. I don't know how season 1 is going to go because I didn't write the shit. But Xavier is dead, and dead for X-Men is different because they always come back like fucking roaches, right? So Xavier has been dead many times. If they ever figure out a way in this show to go to the Age of Apocalypse time space, you will see a Nate Gray because Nate Gray is Cable. And Nate Gray is a child through Mr. Sinister cloning of Jean Grey and Scott Summers in that universe, taking samples from them. They didn't do it the old-fashioned way. They didn't get it in like that. No. Sinister took their samples and made a child without the techno-organic virus, which is Nate Gray. That's why he took the name Gray. He took his mother's last name because he wasn't conceived by natural means. Sinister made him. Sinister is his daddy. The other two are just donors. And then with that character, you get to see how powerful of a psionic and a telekinetic Cable would be without the techno-organic virus. Because Nate Gray is on a whole nother level. That Summers gene, motherfucker, is something strong. It's strong. The force is strong in the Summers gene. They like the Skywalkers of the mutant race. Okay. If they hit Omega level young, they probably from the Summers line. And Sinister has known that, and that's why he fixated on that family line, that genetics, and fuck with it any chance he get. So if we saw Nate Gray, I'd be happy because I like Nate Gray, but I like Cable too. So they can exist side by side. I don't like this Krakoa Nate Gray, the little squishy one. No, I don't like him at all. But that Grant Morrison one, I love that one. I'm forgetting some people. People donated. I didn't read that shit. Sorry. You guys forgive me. I'm trying to catch up on all of this stuff that happened this week because it was so much, and I will get to the Roadhouse stuff. I'm working my way there right now. Okay, some people donated. I need to catch up on. Got some ballers coming through. Girls, get out there. You got some ballers in the house. Get out there and start shaking some ass and titties. Double digits. Using my mouse to try to move my phone. Why is this shit not scrolling? This phone's stupid. All right, let me catch up to some of these supers because I don't want these cash apps because I don't want you guys to go without getting just rewards. Yeah, Vulcan. That's another one. The third Summers brother. Problem. But I like the continuity within the Summers line, at least with Scott, Alex, and Gideon, to where they all absorb some type of energy. Scott absorbs energy too. Alex absorbs energy, which is more fun to have Havoc out in space because he can absorb all that cosmic energy. Scott absorbs solar energy. Alex absorbs cosmic energy. Vulcan just manipulates fucking energy. Do you realize he could be like the goddamn Green Lanterns out there? What is it? The blue charges the green. You could charge them motherfuckers up. You could charge them up. What it be astronomical levels. Astronomical. I like them, those mutants with those unexhaustible powers like that, like Magneto. Put Magneto out in space, you got a real issue. He just fucking with your planet, but electromagnetism is one of the constants in the universe. You might can get him, you know, if he can handle the strain, you can get him doing some Superman shit like pulling a planet off its orbit, throwing a small moon at your ass. It's Magneto. He is a child of magnetism. All right, so let me catch up on this and I'll get to the next point. Shout out to Measly Me. Appreciate you, Measly Me, for supporting the stream. There was no message, but I do appreciate you. I will give you the guts and butts. Appreciate you, Measly.
Number one, 3 or 4 times, I ain't telling no lies. Run it up. Never let a hard time on the once.
Shout out to the Joe Herb, my Scorpio brother, supporting the stream. No message, just support. Appreciate you, Herb. I see you in the chat talking, so appreciate you. I will give you the double that. Appreciate you, Herb.
Money for the crowd, double lag. Fat, double lag. 100 on the sack, double that. Block like a ghost town, still double bag.
Shout out to my favorite parishioner, 2 Triv. Appreciate you, 2 Triv. He said for the support. Appreciate you. And I don't know if you all know, the 3rd volume of the Milestone Compendium, I think, is out already. You need to pick that shit up. Spend your $45 and get the 3rd book in a good church of geekdom. Get the 3rd book. I had both. I got an empty spot now. I need to put that 3rd book in on my bookshelf because I will support my interest. And my interest is good works. So, on that little note, shout out to 2 Triv. Thank you for supporting the stream. I will give you the guts and butts. Appreciate you, 2 Triv.
Number one, 3 or 4 times, I ain't telling no lies. Run it up. Never let a hard time on the once.
Next one goes out to this brother. You know how he does it. You know how he do. Over here. Shout out to the No One. No message, just support. Appreciate you, No One. I will give you that 3B salute. Appreciate you, No One. And as is his way, No One dropped the 2nd one. He doubled up on the stream, but he does it for a reason. And he put it in there this time. Maestro, please. Shout out to the No One for supporting the stream. I will give you the guts and buzz. Appreciate you.
Number one, 3 or 4 times, I ain't telling no lies. Run it up. Never let a hard time on the once.
And Funimation came through and said, thank you. Fucking bastards. So, next point I was making on the X-Men stuff, I am interested to see if Sinister shows up. I'm really interested in that. And really interested in the 3rd episode. Where it goes from there, I'm not really wanting spoilers. I don't really want spoilers, but I know they will happen because some people will talk about it. Yeah, praise Saint McDuffie. Yeah, praise the Saint McDuffie. Pay his church. So, surprisingly, it's good. I'm really going to be interested to see where it goes from here and how good this season does. I still don't think Morph being non-binary is that big of a fucking deal. Nothing to be all up in arms about. I'd be more objectionable if they introduced the fact that Iceman was gay in this shit than I would Morph being non-binary. Because if I understand how the non-binary thing works, is that he doesn't choose a gender, but being a shapeshifter, he actually can choose his gender any time of the week. Even in episode 2, you saw it. He changed from a male to a female with powers and abilities. So he's pretty fluid, just like Mystique. She is pretty fluid. I don't have a problem with that shit. I understand it exists, but that is the best place for it to work, where you shouldn't have an issue being somebody who can shapeshift. The rest of you motherfuckers, keep identifying as a turnip. Let's see if you don't get turned into coleslaw. Just saying. As far as no one is saying, Gambit got chatted by Magneto. Look, he got cucked. Somebody had to remind me that Rogue and Magneto had a little time down in the Savage Land. They got a little savage in the land. Like, oh really? I forgot about that. Yeah, this is gonna be a problem. It's gonna be a problem because Gambit played cool, but Gambit is kind of protective of Rogue. He ain't gonna take that nicely. And I like Gambit. I like Magneto. Those are another two of the X-Men that I really like, right? But I don't think he's gonna win in the fight, but Gambit is gonna have to go at Magneto about that shit. About that Rogue. That Southern Belle, that Southern Peach. Mm-mm. Nah, bruh. Nah, bruh. You ain't gonna be able to get that when I gotta hold off. I get to be celibate. I get to hold it. And you get to just go in. Oh, hell no. Fuck your magnetism. Fuck your magnetism, nigga. Fuck your magnetism. Got Rogue taking off gloves and shit. Like, ugh. That's some tasty storytelling gonna happen there, boy. Oh shit, yeah, they got a problem coming. Peace, everyone going to see Ghostbusters. Godspeed, Aquatechy. Godspeed. And when Aquatechy leaves, I can give you my shit on Ghostbusters. Because he's leaving the building now, so he ain't gotta hear this shit. Charles said, not the Faulkner. The 90s X-Men theme is still I'm Your Baby Tonight. It is still I'm Your Baby Tonight. Yeah, you know that part. Most people don't specifically know how powerful Magneto truly is. Magneto doesn't truly know how powerful he is. Magneto is limited by being on the planet. You realize that? He is limited by being on the planet. Electromagnetism is what sort of holds all of this shit together. You put him out in space, problem. Alex Summers absorbs cosmic energy. Put him out in space and let him cut loose. Limited by Earth. Because he'll fuck up shit here. Put him out in space, he can go supernova. Same thing kind of with Johnny Storm in a sense. He's limited by being on Earth. Put him out in space, he can fucking cut loose. Some of those mutants, that's why I liked it in the comics for a time where they had the other alien races that are out there, the Kree, the Badoon, Shi'ar, and stuff like that. They was like, don't go to Earth. They quarantine Earth sector. Nobody goes to Earth sector. It's way too many super powerful people, and God forbid you upset one of them goddamn mutants down there. Don't go there. Don't fuck around. They are quarantined. That is a prison camp. Don't show up over there. Okay, that's Australia. Don't go. That's how they had to do because it's way too many powerful people down here. Like Franklin Richards. What? Man, leave that little kid alone. Let him play with his toys. Jesus. No, don't go down there messing with shit on Earth. Stay the fuck out of there. No. Problems. Problems, problems, problems. And the mutants, worst ones. God's sake, don't upset one of the mutants down there. Them motherfuckers like going into space and fucking shit up. No. Please no. So yeah, some a lot of those characters, a lot of mutants, they are limited by being on Earth. They deserve to be out in space somewhere. They have to be. But apparently we don't have any writers that know how to write shit like that nowadays. So they're always on Earth playing with they private parts. It's the most interesting thing they discovered. I'm a mutant. Fucking idiots. And having dinner parties. Galas. Chick shit. Theoretically, he can actually travel through time with magnetism and light speed and basically manipulate different types of energy, if not all of them. Yeah, he should be. He should be. Light is part of the electromagnetic spectrum. Yes, he should be able to travel at light speed. Whether his body or his little force bubble could handle it, don't know. But technically, he could do it. If he can travel out in space with the bubble of air inside of his electromagnetic force field, light speed can get him somewhere pretty quick. He should be able to walk on the moon. And if the Watcher was still alive, have a conversation with him, just like Blue Marvel. Dwayne, hallowed be thy name, McDuffie. Yes, Sainted McDuffie. Me and Miss Marie got a thing going on. Yeah, you do. Got a thing going on. Gambit, just step aside. She'll be back with you tonight after she get this headmaster. AOA, Magneto, and Rogue made it shake. Yeah, AOA, Age of Apocalypse, they was together, and I thought that was a cool team. I thought they was a cool couple. I did. That's what I said. Regular continuity, I didn't know about them getting together. But after that Utopia shit, they did kind of have a little, when they had the Unity Squad, and she was fucking around with him. Like, God damn, Rogue. Okay. You know that ain't Joseph, right? That's the real Mags. That's the real Magnus condom. Nito. Jesus. Doing things with electromagnetism, dude. Yeah, made a chick who can fly, float. Herb said he'll be back getting demerits. Yeah, Magneto and Rogue are pushing the age gap dating thing. That's what I thought when I was watching it in this show. It's like, Magneto kind of old. I don't have a problem necessarily with the age gap dating because understand if there's more than 3 years between you, that's a gap, nigga. It's a gap. But if you understand how relationships and people actually work, at the peak where women would want a man and at the peak where men would want a woman, there is that age gap. There is a gap between those 2 points. And that's where the shit would actually work the best. Just what it is. Either way, older woman wants a younger dude. She don't want somebody her age. She want a younger dude. Why? So you can get in there and jackhammer that shit and look hot. And she could sit there and rub oil of Olay on herself and look at his ass by the pool, rippling muscles and shit. She don't want to look at her dude sitting next to her talking about he need a prostate check again and his cholesterol is high. She don't want to hear that shit. She wants somebody to treat her like she was still young. Do all those things your man won't do. That's what she want. Old dude, he wants something hot to look at. He might not want to fuck her all the time. Probably can't. But he do like having her on his arm. Do like looking at her sometimes. Laying by the pool, rubbing lotion on herself. Like, yeah, she's so perky and everything else. Yeah. That's nice. That's real nice. You want some of this, Daddy? Nah, why don't you go have a good time with your girls? Just get out there and dance. I'm gonna just watch. That's where the shit works. So other shit is where it gets all screwed up. Those old Jewish Macs still are competing with the Raging Cajun. Yeah. Look, Gambit do love Rogue. She like Gambit. Well, she know Gambit can get other women. He ain't been around as long as Magneto. Magneto got struggle. He got an edge. He got more edge than Gambit. Motherfucker seen some shit. He done took the world to the edge, to the brink. Motherfucker, like, only reason I'm stopping, I'm not gonna kill all of y'all because I don't feel like it. He took the earth to the brink. The earth to the brink, nigga. Gambit ain't got that kind of edge. Magneto, aka the Jewish hammer. Yeah, he putting the magnetism down. Closest thing to a Jedi in the Marvel universe, dude, because he got the Force, and she can feel it all through her body without telekinetics. So there you go. Krakoa Arc said to me that mutant just can't be shit, can't do shit, can't have shit without humanity. Yeah, they was fucking up. That Krakoa shit was not that interesting. All they was doing was running amok sexually. And with each other. It's like, oh God, y'all can't have nothing. You hate and despise each other, apparently. Magneto, the 2 Live Jew. Wow. I can't believe I read that shit. The Hebrew hammer. Put the hammer down. All right. So that's it on the Magnetos and the X-Force. What am I? 2 hours? Let's see, I went over my time. Okay. I got to give myself 30 minutes for 2 parts. 30 minutes apiece, and then I can get out of here. Let's get it. I like a challenge. All right. So the last 2 things I got on my list to get through is Ghostbusters, Frozen Empire, and Roadhouse. Now, I will tell y'all this right now. This is your one and only spoiler warning. So before we get started, would anybody like to get out? Because we are in spoiler territory right now. And not because I want to, just because the nature of having to talk about this shit means that some stuff is going to get spoiled. And I'm always looking for you guys to have your own experience with movies. I share with you my experience, and that's all it is, my experience. You could have a completely different one, and we could talk about that. I'm open to having that conversation. If you saw something different, if you felt differently, that's completely fine. It's completely okay with me. I'm not over here telling you how you should feel, how you should think, and what you should like and what you should dislike. I'm telling you what I saw and what I liked or disliked. Now, I'll probably weave this Ghostbusters and this Roadhouse together because they are 2 franchises that, well, Roadhouse is not really a franchise, but they're 2 movies, sets of characters that I really enjoy. And I can tell you this. This is kind of cool for $25. Why is it kind of cool? But the bitch lights up. See that shit? Now, it has no green light on it, which it doesn't need. But it's not that big for popcorn. Pretty big, but not for popcorn. Because your popcorn, it's just going in there. So if you feel like spending the money at the theater to buy this motherfucker, get your popcorn in a separate bucket and tell them to keep this in the bag. They don't have to try to sit there and futz around and put it together and shit. Just leave it in the bag, man. It's a collectible thing. Give me the popcorn in my paper bucket. Save yourself some time. Like I said, talk to you guys later. Haven't seen those flicks. It's understandable. I'm not trying to ruin the experience for you guys. So if you haven't seen it, I'm not mad about you piecing out for a bit, because this last part is going to be that. You've seen 2 hours of the show. You in for it. This last third is going to be spoilers a bit. So I wouldn't want to ruin the experience for you. I want you to have your own experience. And especially you, Malika, you a Gen Xer. If you're at home, go ahead and watch Roadhouse right now, because there will be more conversation about this shit. So go ahead and watch that shit now. You ain't got to pay for that shit. It's just on Prime right now. So you might as well get it out, get it over with. So Ghostbusters. I saw Ghostbusters Friday night right after work. And right after watching Ghostbusters, I went home and watched Roadhouse. So it was a long day for me. I was up till 1 o'clock in the morning Friday morning, went to sleep, woke up at 6:30, went to work, did my whole work day, then went to the theater at 6, see Ghostbusters, then came home, watched Roadhouse, and was up till about 1 to 2 o'clock in the morning again. It was a long freaking day. I slept till about 12 on Saturday because of it. This is why some of the videos are out now. But having watched those two back to back and understanding that they are continuing franchises that I loved from the 80s and 90s gave me a little bit of perspective of where these characters have gone. Now, I will say, for my review of Ghostbusters, my reaction of Ghostbusters, there was things in Ghostbusters I liked. Yeah, I pointed out that Phoebe had a little lesbian vibe going on with the ghost. Yeah, it was in there. But she young. Okay, that's how to get you. Not knowing, not defining for yourself early, so they can actually force those ideas on you. Because make no mistake about it, back in my day, a Gen X's time in the 70s, that's how you end up finding child molesters and people that would take inappropriate pictures of kids because they just kind of, oh, you want to come over? Yeah, we can do this play. Oh, no, this camera. Oh, no, this is just what I do. I do photography. Oh, come on, take some pictures. You have a nice bone structure. Yeah. Act like you're a model or superhero. Yeah, you can put this on. Yeah. That's how that shit works. That's how you get into corrupting children. By introducing people who don't have a clear concept of this idea to your clear idea that you have and what you want from them. The essence of grooming. To be anything other than what they determine for themselves at the time of their consent. Now, I'm not saying Ghostbusters went into no grooming shit. They didn't. But Phoebe being on the fence and kind of seeming like she's finding her way as a young lesbian is. Now, it wasn't that big and objectionable. The funny part is that the girl, what's her name? McKenna Grace, I think it is. She's older now. She's looking like one of my coworkers right now with the glasses. I'm like, every time I kept looking at her, it's like, the fuck? Weird. I ain't even talking to that chick. But I'm curious if she watched this movie and say, does that chick look familiar to you? You should go look at that movie. I'm just curious. But for the most part, I get what was going on with the character. Her loneliness, her being put on the sideline, which still seems stupid for the story, but I guess they had to go in some goddamn direction, right? Now, the villain, I would have liked to see that villain come back of them not beat it, in a sense, because I thought the villain was interesting. Definitely had a cool look. Definitely had a cool look. And I was surprised that because I already did my reaction to it, I went back and watched, my playlist of Ghostbusters Frozen Empire reactions and reviews. And I went back and watched it. And one of the dudes I like to watch, Jeremy Johns, he said the same thing I did, that the character looked like a Magic the Gathering character. It's like, it did. It looked like Ashiok. Like, no shit, dude. Like, if I show you a picture of Ashiok right now, you will see what the hell it is I'm talking about. Now, why I enjoy this is because I like my peoples, and my peoples being geeks, right? I like geeks. And the funny part about being a geek is that even if they don't say it outright that I am a geek, they always out themselves, right? And fucking Jeremy Johns talking about Magic the Gathering and looking like a Magic the Gathering character, like, you're a fucking geek, sir. You are now my people. You are part of my tribe. All right, so this is Ashiok, the Dream Render in Magic the Gathering. He is, or she is, a planeswalker, which means a person who can traverse different dimensions, which is cool, right? You're born with a spark like a mutant. Your spark ignites from some traumatic events like a mutant. And now you can walk between different worlds, which if Wizards of the Coast got smart, they can make a shitload of money making Magic the Gathering movies and just with planeswalkers. Because make no mistake about it, when you talk about this Gamergate 2 and shit like that and all this feminine stuff in the gamer space, Magic the Gathering is one of those places that they took over. It is. Wizards of the Coast and Magic of the Gathering is one of those places that them feminists got into and took over. It was really quiet, but they're there. The reason you know is that most new planeswalkers created are females. They're not males. A lot of the male planeswalkers have even been killed off or sidelined. But they make new female ones all the time. Kind of like Future Fight in that sense. Every new character tune that they make is another chick. So, anyway, this is Ashiok. And if you reverse the horns and add a face, it looks like the Grok character in this Ghostbusters Frozen Empire. It does. Now, you could say, in a sense, that makes it unoriginal, but the character did look cool. Because I like Ashiok. I play Ashiok, right? Fucking with dreams and stuff like that. Yeah, Freddy Krueger all day. And it's a blue-black creature, man. I play that shit. I play blue-black. All right, so stop sharing that. All right, so that's Ashiok. So Garrett kind of looks like that character. So yeah, he's in a Ghostbusters movie, but he looks like he'd be better suited being somewhere else. So they should have kept that character around a little bit longer. But he can come back. He can come back. I thought it was a really interesting character. I heard people talking about that Ray had more to say in this. And yeah, Ray was more, or Dan Aykroyd was more centered in this. But he was not centered in the way he should have been. If you go back and look at the first two Ghostbusters movie, Ray is a font of knowledge. He and Egon are the ones that are deeply into this ghost shit. Okay. Pete came along because those are friends of his. But remember, Pete was into the psycho normal stuff, right? He was into that shit. He wasn't really believing in the ghost shit. But not Venkman, but Egon and Ray deeply were. deeply were. So it was bothersome for me in this movie that Ray seemed to have to go to everybody else for fucking ideas. He didn't know certain shit. That bothered me because he should be the one knowing these things, which is why I thought the Patton Oswalt character needed to go the fuck away. I don't need him in this. You got Ray there. That's Ray's job to be doing, to being able to go through these books. That's what made me think of Tobin Spirit Guide, because I remember in a scene from the first movie where Ray and Egon and the rest of the Ghostbusters are talking, and they're talking about what books to research to find out about this dude. You know, oh, this, yeah, Tobin Spirit Guide. Yeah, okay, gotcha. Ray's occult, right? Well, what would you find in the occult? Old books, old literature. You don't need to go to the library and some new knuckin' futz character to get into the franchise just so he can tell you some shit you should have already been able to look up on your own. Funny thing, as an intro to the lesbian relationship, it is foreshadowed that she would be ghosted in future relationships. She did get ghosted, didn't she? That's a funny one, no one. Well, you got funnies. You pulled that out. That was a smart joke. I will give you credit on that. That is a smart joke. She did get ghosted. She did. And did some of the dumbest shit I've ever heard of. Look, this is the part of the movie for me, and I'm jumping around so it's not in continuity, right? This is the part of the movie where I thought it was dumb as fuck that this little girl broke into this lab and jumped her good goofy ass into a whole scientific contraption that she just saw a half hour ago. She gonna jump her humanoid ass in there and go through a process that, look, dude, this kind of scientific process is how you got the Fly. Jeff Goldblum turned into Flyman. What the fuck are you doing? You were gonna die, little girl. No, I set a timer for 2 minutes. My ghost will go back to my body. What in the fuck? And the ghost chick didn't even suggest no damn shit like that. You thought it up. Yeah, Lion. What up? Shout out to the Lion coming in here, roar. Yeah, smart enough to know how it works, but dumb enough to get in it. Yeah. Soon as I saw that shit, I said, the Fly? What? She forgot? She didn't turn the vacuum on? She ain't gonna get sucked into a containment unit somewhere? Oh my God, I want to be a ghost so I can be with you. What kind of miserable, I hate my life shit is this? Is this an advertisement for assisted suicide or some shit like that? I want to be a ghost like you. You just met this fucking spectral entity. What? Oh my God, that sounds so fucking stupid. Yeah, stop befriending ghosts. Look, understand they ghosts for a reason. This bitch died from playing with matches. Burned up her family and everything. You want to go be with her? So what? You gonna burn down your family and your house to go be? What the fuck kind of fatal attractions? Okay, fatal attractions for your X-Men tie-in. Because she literally had to die or get her spirit moved from her body so she can go be with this chick and try to get a little kissy-kissy. I said it in the movies while I was watching it. They finally got close together, and I was like, kiss and kiss. Oh, they didn't kiss. Wow, what the fuck? Right? You gonna go all the way there and not? What are we worried about? Consent? She just gave up her life to be with this chick. For what? Because she talked to her and played chess? Oh my fucking God, dude. It's the same thing I said, like, what the fuck are you doing? I was like, what's she going to hear? She goes, like, what? You about to die. What are you doing? That's the same thing I was saying in the theater. I was like, oh shit. I just watched it. was like, that's dumb as fuck. Yeah, first grandpa did. Grandpa makes sense. JT, when she sat down in the park and the chess pieces start moving, for one, like I said in my review, why the fuck is a 15-year-old out in the middle of the night in the park? I didn't think that was supposed to be safe. You ain't got no chessboard back at the ghost house? Man, if you don't sit. Bruh. Now, besides that point, when she sat down to that table and them chess pieces start moving, I thought it was going to be Egon. I was like, oh, she's going to talk to her grandfather. Oh, that's cool as shit. No. We get the introduction of some other character that we don't even need to see. And of course, she Mary Sue Ghost because she's just super good in chess because most people usually run. So I had a lot of time to get really good. Bullshit. You Mary Sue. Mary Boo. Like, oh my God. A melody. Yeah, of a bad song. Hey, lying, say, especially Manhattan. You tell me, I've never been to New York or Manhattan. I just know there's certain places you ain't supposed to be at night like that. Not that young. The park? As far as I know, grown people don't go out into the park without mace or a weapon on them. You gambling with your life. The 15-year-old with glasses and the little legs sticking all out, and you worried about pedophiles and stuff? Trafficking is a thing that you know of, but this little girl just out wandering the streets, and her mama don't know where the fuck she at. Typical. Yeah, JT, she been watching chess players for a while, and she got good by watching. Shit, I would have believed it was Bobby Fischer or somebody showed up to sit next to her. Other than this shit. Yeah, but she was Mary Boo at chess. But she wasn't that good at tricking this little chick into, I guess, killing herself. So the spirit inside the orb can take control of her and speak some human words. Shout out to Oppo. He said, what up, bro? Just came in. You're appreciated in this space. Never forget that. Oh, thank you. Now black men are. I'm bad about taking props because I think it might be bullshit. But I do appreciate that. I figure I've been there for a while. I think I have some appreciation. I think I do. But I try not to fixate on it too much. I just keep doing what I do. I'm just doing what I do. So don't be mad. Shout out to Mac Dre. Appreciate you, Oppo. I will give you double that. Appreciate you.
Money for the crowd, double that. Fat, double that. 100 on the sack, double that. Block like a ghost town, still double back.
Yeah, kid by herself in Manhattan, that's a no. Yeah, that's a no most places. I don't care if you live across the street in the middle of rural America of a park. You ain't supposed to be in that bitch at night. Most parks have like a sundown law. You ain't supposed to be there after dark. It's not safe. Unless you're taking your life into your own hands. So that was dumb. That was dumb. I didn't like Ray being that dumb. Because make no mistake about it, Ray got the orb pimped off on him by Nadeem. All right. Nadeem came in and sold it to Ray. Ray put the PK meter on it and the shit burned out. Okay, I'll take it. I'll give you $50. But he didn't do no more research after that. I was like, that seems like a brain loss for this character. that he bought something that burned out his PK meter, and the only other thing he thought to do was pass it over to Winston's team so they could pull a spirit out of it. No, apparently it's more important than that. Apparently. But I would think Ray would pick up on that because it burned out his PK meter. That ain't something you just pass off. This is a problem right here. We need to deal with this. But no, everybody just went on about their day like, oh, it's just some other junk. Let's move it on. Fuck no, dude. No. Yeah, it may look like the ore from Guardians of the Galaxy, but it's basically a fucking puzzle box from Hellraiser. Oh no. No. That was bothering me. Yeah. Ray was more centered. He had more screen time. Yes, he did. But he was a lot dumber in the screen time that he had, which is not what I knew of Ray. Yeah, Egon would have asked more questions. They both would have, because Egon would have started studying the bitch. Ray would have researched it, because understand, he's a doctor in this field. I think he would have researched it himself from taking it off this guy's hand. He would have researched that bitch hard right off the bat. Like, something ain't right. We got to check this shit out. Not after all these years of ghost busting and shit. This ain't just a pass off to the next crew. No, bro. No. Yeah, gotten his goods and put on his damn hazmat suit. Yeah. Didn't I remember seeing a Ghostbusters 2 where they found a river of slime and he was the first one to go jump down there and see what the fuck is going on? Yeah, someone's got to go down there. Yeah, someone's got to go down there. Not the first time Ray messed up. Are you a god? But that is it's not the first time Ray fucked up. But that is Ray interacting with these things, right? Not doing his research part that he's always into. He's always into that part. Mind you, he's running an occult store. What is an occult store? It's not necessarily I forget the name of it now, a pawn shop for weird shit. That's not what it is. And not my view of it. An occult store is where you can go and find out information like a comic shop about occult stuff. Arcane knowledge out the ass. That's what I see it as. You wanted an old book on some witchcraft shit? We got that. You want to find out about some of this kind of stuff? It's probably here. The hell is this in this jar? Oh yeah, that's somebody's pinky from such and such. Are you for real? Is that what? How do you prove this? Because I know a guy who cut it off. Oh, well, I need some ground warlock teeth. There you go. That's where you go for that kind of shit. Because understand, I grew up on Kolchak the Night Stalker. I understand occult shit is some weird shit to find. Not just like a little pawn shop. We buy your useless artifacts because we're going to pimp this shit off to somebody else. No. It can be a scary place. That's what Ray runs, which means as soon as that thing showed up in his shop, he should have been researching it like a pawn shop to find out its value, where it came from, what's this writing on it. Because that's what he was doing in the first two fucking movies. Yeah, Egon would have asked more questions. Ray should have too. Now, while I like Paul Rudd, his character was bothering me because he's too much of a dumbass. He's just the overly excited kid, which being a grown person who was actually being able to be a Ghostbuster would be fun, but I think, at least for me, I'd hold it together better. It wouldn't be that giddiness like that. And I would stick up for my student and future baby mama kid who got me into this shit. I'd be sticking up for her. I wouldn't be the first one to run out there and say, yeah, we need to bench Phoebe. Like, oh, she got to be there, man. Fuck this dude. I tell you what, she just stays in the car. Because apparently none of them can do that fucking job outside of running around with proton packs. Can do this job without her because they don't know shit about any of this. That's why it was really offensive to me that the mother was the one trying to sideline her and try to tell her what it means to be a spangler. Spangler. It's like, you didn't even believe. You didn't believe this shit last movie. Why the fuck are you the one in charge now? And why is it a question of what Mr. Gruber is if he had moved all the way to New York with y'all? This is stepdaddy. Married or not. Because I do believe they fucking. So she calls him Gary. She don't call him Mr. Gruber no more. She calls him Gary, which is how she was introduced to him. That already shows a progression in their relationship because she doesn't call him Mr. Gruber anymore. He has gone beyond being a teacher, especially if he's fucking her mama. That makes him pretty close to family. After 2 years, yeah, that's Gary, stepdad Gary. Now, the cringe line at the end was like, yeah, Dad. I'm like, oh, God. Stupid. That shit made me cringe when I heard it. It's like, that's not how that works. That's not how that works. It's simplistic as fuck, but that's not how that works. But all right, I guess the rest of the audience needed something to understand that was basically her fucking father at that point. Your stepdaddy. My stepdad, Gary. I don't see why that was even an issue. And that shit, that whole story plot was handled so fucking clumsily. It's like, you don't understand this either, do you? Yeah, because it's pointless. The line says she wanted no part of his life, which is why she moved out to Oklahoma in the first place. Exactly. She got that shit because that was Egon's house. Right? He passed. That shit was left to them. She was fucking up in her own life already. 2 kids, no man around. And given her daughter is smarter than her and got some chutzpah about her, some love for her grandfather and finding out about her grandfather, you lucked up into some shit. To a whole business and found out your father was actually working on some shit because he understood there were things more important going on than making sure your ass had a pony. There was some world shaking shit going on that he was trying to keep a handle on, which is why he didn't have time to be sitting there playing with your goofy ass. And it took your daughter to figure that shit out and give you the opportunity to see your ghostly daddy show up and thank you for carrying on his mission. You didn't want to be a part of the Spangler shit. You thought he was nuts. Took your daughter to prove to you that your father wasn't nuts. You was fucking nuts. Now you divvy it out who is and what it means to be a Spangler and shit. No, you don't. Stop it right there. That's why I didn't understand me. You don't hear me complaining about Phoebe giving her mama shit. But you did hear me complaining about Cassie giving her father Ant-Man shit, which was Paul Rudd in a sense, right? Cassie didn't deserve to give Scott Lang shit. She didn't deserve that. She didn't have the right to do that shit. That was disrespectful as fuck. Phoebe in Ghostbusters had every right in the world to give her mama shit because her mama was bossing up in a situation you didn't even know anything about. Shut the fuck up. You should be sitting in the back seat with my brother and let me and Mr. Gruber ride up here in the front seat since we know what the fuck is going on and actually care about this shit. Fuck, you a Spangler in name only. Yeah. Yeah, Fracture, you'd be answering phones if you weren't a Spangler. She would be. And even as a Spangler, she'd be answering the phones in the firehouse. Wouldn't have her ass out there for what? For what? She didn't believe in this shit. She don't even do the work. She don't know none of the science, none of that shit. Sit your ass on your phone at the firehouse and answer the phones. That's what you can do for us. Make us some sandwiches. Make us some sandwiches so we can come back from actually wanting to do this shit. Because understand, out of the four of them, the son, Mr. Gruber, and Phoebe was the only ones who really wanted to do that shit. The mama wasn't involved, didn't care. Just sit your ass at the firehouse and answer the phones like Janine did. Janine even got a suit. She never went out there busting no goddamn ghosts. She was just rude to the people on the phone. Ghostbusters, what do you want? Come on, man. Yeah, she would be answering the phones. Go back and watch Afterlife. What was her jobs before that shit? Nothing burgers. Yeah, inherited. Yeah, entitled shit wheel. So I didn't give a shit about Phoebe talking shit to her mama. Her mama deserved that shit. And Phoebe was right. She was. Look, right is right. It doesn't matter how old the person is that the mouth come from. Right is right. So she should have been giving her mama some smoke. Because you talking way big about some shit you ain't had no part in. At all. Shut up. Why are we listening to you? Yeah, the kid probably did get a grip from her father too. Mm-hmm. That's why mama trying to sideline her. Because you see, she wasn't giving that smoke to the son. She just ignored his ass. Must be a different daddy. Or he must have got all of her. Because he's just as dumb as the mama. Out of the three of them, the only smart one is Phoebe, and she the youngest. Okay. What up, Ray? Cassie's father saved the world. Egon, her father, saved the world 2 times. 3 times counting Afterlife. Yeah, saved the world in the afterlife. As a ghost, he still saved the world. He set you up to save the fucking world. If it wasn't for Phoebes getting out there and getting involved with the shit, the world would have ended. Because mama wasn't looking for none of that shit. She didn't even know how to use it if she did. If she found it, she wouldn't know what to do with the shit. Yeah, Janine suited up and had a proton pack. Because they didn't find Lewis. Rick Moranis stopped acting and he didn't show up in this shit, which I'm kind of disappointed about. The son was a mechanic, probably from the father too. Probably so. Yeah, he was technically minded. He the one fixed the Ecto 1. Shit was sitting out there in the garage and mama wasn't doing shit about it. Letting it sit there and collect dust. She don't care. She is emblematic of an entitled modern fucking woman. Wanting all the praise, wanting all the control to sit on her ass and play on her phone. Getting by off the kids' work. She could have been a B-dub. You know, the trifling ones that we don't like. Now, with that said, there were some good points in this movie that I liked. First part of it was all right, even though I had some issues with the ghost chase scene in the beginning, right? There should have been more to do with Winston and his crew of how he was monopolizing this. I would have took the story in a different direction. You could have still had Garrock show up in there, but some of the other shit that was in there could have been cut out. And Firemaster shit could have been cut out completely. You could have cut that shit out completely. The Nadeem character, cut his ass out completely. And not because I dislike that actor. It was just the same fucking performance he gave in Star Wars, which was the same performance he gave in Eternals, which is the same performance I just saw in this movie, which I didn't need to see for a third fucking time. Oh, I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Shut the fuck up. Fake ass firebender. Dude, I would look forward to Dopinder in the Deadpool franchise sooner than I would look for this guy to be in something else. Acting like another huckster in a franchise. Like, dude, are you typecast? How did they meet you? How did you get your start? Because they keep putting you in the same goddamn role. So you getting Star Wars check, some Marvel's check, and now a Ghostbusters check too. Everybody gonna pay you to be the same fucking douchebag forever. Fucking hell. And stepdad was in the kitchen too. Notice that? Yeah, because mama can't cook. So you know what her one skill was. Bust it open, girls. Then let them drop. We know what her one skill was. It's obviously not science, and it ain't mechanics, and it ain't cooking. She had one talent, one job. To open and catch. If you're going to bring in a supernatural human, use Oscar. His mama was possessed by Zool. And he was briefly taken over by Vigo. No way his ass normal. No way in hell. I thought, look, as people I would have wanted to see in this movie if they continued it, I want to see Vince. I want to see Vince. I want to see Rick Moranis. Didn't get to see Rick Moranis, right? Sigourney Weaver's not in this. Okay. But Oscar, he should be grown enough to be around in this shit. Oscar could have been working with Winston. He could have been that scientist. You know, the dumb one who grabbed the orb and then it froze his fucking hand off? Yeah, that could have been Oscar. Why the hell not? Everybody else get to grow up in this shit and have some legacy. Where the fuck is Oscar? I would have bought that. I would have bought it from him. Look, he got some psychomagnetic plasma powers. Okay? Look, the kid can't be normal after going through that kind of shit. He can't be. If Michael Jackson can't be normal for being a child star and just singing and dancing on stage for folks, Oscar can't be normal by being possessed by some fucking demon. Moldy Babylonian guy. Come on, man. Yeah. Great point. Great point, JT. Great point. Great point. Yeah, Oscar should be there. He should have a connection to the demon, the ghost world more than anybody. And he should be able to control mood flying. I'm just saying. He should be able to blood bend that shit. Why the hell not? They still using it. Come on, man. No. Missed, like I said before in my reaction, missed opportunities in this. There were a lot of missed opportunities in this. And I think it's because they listened to too much of the criticism from the first movie and didn't listen to the only critique that matters, which is fans of Ghostbusters and how much they liked it. Because make no mistake about it, I came out of Afterlife charged, happy with the franchise. That's why I came to see this movie. You were getting my money. You already earned my money from the first movie. Your first time out the gate, I already said, here, take this for the next one. I'll be there. You gotta spend $25 on a plastic fucking ghost trap. It ain't got no ghost in it. But come to think about it, it'll fit Skittles really well. Or some fucking licorice. I think licorice. I make it fun to pop it open like. Yeah. Yeah, great point. And yes, Afterlife. Afterlife surprised me because it looked like I was like, oh, what the fuck? This is a remake. It might be fun. Let's see what happens. I enjoy Afterlife. Afterlife hit me in the feels, man. It was good for my geek heart. This one, not so much. Not the same feels. It seemed like they lost a little. They lost a step. Listening to the wrong people. Listening to the wrong people. They lost a little step. Other than that, I did like the cameos that were thrown in there. I did like seeing that, and that further. See, JT is a writer, so he's thinking about this shit, right? And a fan of Ghostbusters. Ghostbusters is his shit. And as a writer, if you have the rest of these cameos coming in there of people that were just side characters, ancillary people that showed up, like the director of the library, he's still there. So you get that legacy thing going forward. You should have had Oscar there. Oscar should have showed up with Venkman. Because you know him and Sigourney Weaver's character is still together. Why the fuck not? Shout out to the good brother Kareem Austin. I see you creeped in here on the ninja path and donated to the stream. Appreciate you. I will give you that 3B salute. Appreciate it.
Double up, 3 or 4 times. I ain't telling no lies. Run it up. Never let a hard time what it was.
I must have to talk faster. I didn't think that was 40 minutes worth of talking. Anyway. For the most part, I did like the movie, but I'm a bit split on it because there's some things I really didn't like. So if I'm saying I liked the movie, that was like 51%. 49% of it was some shit I didn't like that could have been cut out. Doesn't mean I hate the movie altogether. It doesn't mean that at all. Right? I liked seeing it going forward. I like Winston Zedmore being there. I liked him doing more stuff with the Ghostbusters technology and whatnot. But there were some missed opportunities, some ways I would have took that. If you put that stuff in there, there were some more interesting ways you could have took that stuff. Because I wasn't joking about the Ghost Jurassic Park. Ghost-tastic Park, whatever the fuck you want to call it. They had to set up for that in there. That Winston could have been, since they figured out how to contain these ghosts where you could see them and study them. They could have turned that shit into a whole theme park. A whole fucking theme park. In a sense. Or just a zoo where we do research on these ghosts. Then you could have got more of these characters being introduced. More new blood into the Ghostbusters franchise. Carrying on the legacy of the 4 men who started Ghostbusters. That would have worked. I would have been interested in that. Because you could have had some Rise of the Planet of the Apes type of shit happening when they get out of their fucking containment cells and want to band together to fuck you over. Because best believe all these ghosts, just because they all dead, don't mean they all on the same team. Some of these people work for other folks. Shit. Yeah. Podcast made sense being in the movie since him and Ray were cool. Lucky, however, nag bitch. Yeah. Lucky. Like, why the fuck was she there? Like, just something for Finn Wolfguard to be fussing over? She was useless. Another character that could have been cut out. I told you, there was 3. Lucky, Nadeem, and Patton Oswalt's character, because I can't even remember his fucking name. I just keep knowing it's Patton Oswalt. Fuck him. Go back to playing MODOK. Goofy bastard. he rubbed me the wrong way after some shit he said. I can't even remember what the hell it was, but the feeling is still there and fresh. Like, fuck him. Podcast being there was cool because it was cool of Ray being a YouTuber. Ray being a YouTuber was funny to me. Like, if that was real, I would have watched that shit. They should have did more marketing in the sense to actually put up some fake YouTube podcasts on YouTube of Dan Aykroyd doing that Ray shit. That would have been funny as hell. It would have been a nice little tie-in, but they didn't think about that. I did. That'd have been cool. I'd have been going to I would have subbed to his fucking channel. I'd have subbed to his channel. That shit would have been fun. Where was the Empire? Laughing out loud. They should have unleashed all the ghosts earlier and made it like a long Halloween where the Ghostbusters are exhausted fighting. That would have been a better story too. Because make no mistake about it, in this one, did they put all them ghosts back? No. For me, JT, they could have took it into the Batman Incorporated way, where Ghostbusters has to be incorporated now because this containment system got loose and these fucking ghosts are free roaming all over the place. You got to instill some more help. It would make sense to have the fucking UK guy there. He's from the UK branch of Ghostbusters. Who got more ghosts than the old world? Europe? The way they was killing over there, it's all kind of ghosts roaming around over there. You should have took this shit global. Ghostbusters UK. Ghostbusters in the Amazon. We sell these proton packs to everybody. Winston's company could have been set up like fucking Wayne Tech, dude. And ghostbusting is a worldwide thing now. We train and we franchise. And it is us against the spiritual world all the time. You think New York has some old moldy ghosts roaming around? Go back to some of them old places, some older places. Ghostbusters Israel. Ghostbusters Gaza. Come on, man. Yeah, Ghostbuster U, GBU. Lion got one. That's a winner right there. They've been training people in this shit. More story ideas at more places, like I'm saying, more missed opportunities, more places they could have gone without giving a fuck about Phoebe wanting to fall in love with a ghost and get her little ghost kitty licked. Come on, man. Imagine Pete and Ray doing a podcast together. That'd be cool. Imagine, like Lion said, Pete and Ray being teachers. They're doctors already. Yeah, like Gen V. They're running a university. And they don't have to be big. It would be a perfect not circular. It'd be a perfect endpoint for their story to see that in the beginning they were laughed at by the Academy for what they were into. And by this point, movie number 5, because we skipping that 2016 shit, since they in their own little universe, they could be in their own little universe. You don't count. Suck it. By movie 4, they are now running a university. And their field of study is taken seriously where people want to learn it. They could have been like the Indiana Jones of that shit. Actually teaching classes on this stuff. GBU. It don't have to be big. It could have been a fucking online school. Look, it worked for the Riddler. They have a cult following and they talk to people through their YouTube channel about these ghosts that they're finding. And they bring that stuff to them and they help them figure it the fuck out. GBU Online. Look, we coming up with more ideas for a third movie for them. This is helping them. You know what we didn't mention in that? Sex. And the little girl figuring out how she wants to have it. Gives a fuck. That ain't got shit to do with Ghostbusters. I like that part. Shout out to Studio. Studio said definitely should have been automatic to age up the baby and make him intricate. Yes, it should have been an automatic do. I don't know if they didn't think about that or the kid is not an actor. It don't matter. You can get any actor in there to play grown-up Oscar and have his last name be Venkman. Since you wanted to play the stepdaddy angle. Pete didn't knock up, I'm forgetting her name now. Sigourney Weaver's character, I'm forgetting her name. He didn't knock her up. That was somebody else, baby, that hit her up and moved on. Used it for target practice. But if you want to play the stepdaddy angle, Venkman is his stepdaddy. That's Oscar Venkman. That would have been cool as shit. If you can get the aged up baby because they were a set of twins, or you just get a new actor. Either way, people would have appreciated Oscar. Like, who was that? Oh shit, that's Oscar. Oh, Oscar grew up. Everybody would have loved that shit. It could have been that same little British dude. Just instead of calling him what his name was, Lance or some bullshit like that, yeah, it's Oscar Venkman. Which would have made sense why Venkman showed up at that place with his old tech. Fucking with Nadine, dumbass. Yes, Pete tested students with the shock treatment from the first movie because Pete was into psychology. He was testing mental powers. They each had their field. Winston was the mechanic. That's why him and Ray got together. Winston was mechanical. Egon was the science. Venkman was the mouthpiece. So shout out to the studio. I will give you your 3B salute. Appreciate Look, these are better. These are all, yeah, Venkman was sales. Venkman was sales like a motherfucker. And Lewis did the books because he was an accountant. I mean, we got all the bases covered, right? JT, you funny as fuck, boy. Chris Pratt. Chris Pratt for Oscar Barrett Venkman. Dana Barrett. Thank you for reminding me your name. Dana. Yeah. Oscar Barrett Venkman. Better idea. Look, this is a better idea for the whole fucking movie. If you took this movie and you just changed the names of some of the characters, you got that right there. You can have the same white dude playing the same role, wearing the glasses, working for Winston, British accent, change his name to Oscar Barrett Venkman. Fan approval. Oh my God. That's Dana's boy. Got into science and got into this Ghostbuster shit. Oh my God, that makes so much more sense than some random ass character we don't know of doing some dumb shit. That would give Venkman a legacy. Ray got podcast. Egon got Phoebe. What do Venkman get? Nadine? No, sir. No, sir. Nah. Damn, y'all call Ghostbusters were the A-team. They were the A-team of the paranormal. That's who the fuck they were. And they were the first ones to do it. They in New York. They could be the Avengers. Who gives a fuck? Who cares? Everybody got a role. Everybody got a specialty. And everybody play their part. And when everybody plays their part, the symphony makes beautiful music. And when everybody trying to play the same part, it sounds like your high school band. Garbage. Don't get me on my whiplash. I'm here like J.K. Simmons. That shit, look, that's a better story. That's fan fiction waiting to be written right there. Just on the ideas that we threw out right there. If you wrote a Ghostbusters story and it had those characters in it like that, people would read that shit. It'd be interesting. And mind you, you didn't do much of anything. You took out some characters, you played up what was already there, and changed the name of one character. You still had the same people in that bitch. So, like I said, bunch of wasted opportunities. Winston had a son who was in the MMA. Yeah. They had Lucky dumbass there. Could have been his daughter. I don't know. Fuck. To me, something like this with the Ghostbusters, how much of a niche thing it was, anybody involved with that would have to be connected in some way to the original four. Because it would become a legacy thing to do. It would. Because who carries it on? You can get some two rando new characters thrown in there like Mr. Gruber. Yeah. Somebody who idolized the Ghostbusters, really enjoyed it, got it. They're one of the reasons why he got into science anyway. But yeah, you can have those one-offs like that. But the rest of these people should be connected to that four in some kind of way. Which is why I even watched the 2016 Ghostbusters movie, because if these were going to be the Ghostbusters children, I was down for that. But that's not what the fuck it was. It's not what it was. Because like JT was saying with Oscar having been possessed by Vigo and all that, that he shouldn't be okay. He should have some residual effects. From the Ghostbusters being involved with all these ghosts and spectral entities and stuff like that, even going up against Zool, they should have some residual effects as well. Which would be why Egon could come back as a ghost. Which would lead to everybody else. Maybe they did have children and they all came out as little girls. Should be some more weird paranormal shit going on. It should. Because it surrounds them. It would make sense. To me. There's more story potential. But they didn't ask me. So I wasn't in that writing room. Could have made this a two-parter. New York freezes over and Oscar comes to help on some Thor shit like the Infinity. Yeah, see? Lion, that would have been some shit. Frozen Empire Part 1. Like, oh my God, dude, New York is frozen. They gonna lead a movie like that? Yes. Because y'all wasn't gonna beat that dude just because you had some brass piping. You're gonna need a little bit more than that. Not one proton pack that 3 people hold. No. You're going to need some backup, nigga. You need to get that shit together. Because far as I know how the movie is, there's ghosts all over the place now. They're not all back in that containment system. It's one ghost in that containment system, and that's Garak. The rest of these motherfuckers loose all over the place. So you got a lot of work to do. You're going to need some help. You're going to have Ecto 5 out there, nigga. Lucky come and doing nothing but talking about sex the whole time. Damn, DEI her. Yeah. Yeah, she was pointless in that shit. The girl, when she's not looking like a little girl, she actually hot. Candace O'Connor, I think that's her name. Kind of hot. Young chick, hips. But she was wasted or pointless in this fucking movie. She had more to do with Madam Web than in this one, because in this one all she kept doing is fucking up. Yes, expand the universe to Japan. Yeah, Ghostbusters Japan. And go get the chicken in the well or the chicken from the garage. Look, Sony owned these motherfuckers. They would look. Ghostbusters Japan. Yeah, that'd been some shit to see, because then they could have been tracking down old samurai ghosts and shit like that, running free out there and running into the cultural problems, because some of that shit they want to walk around like, no, you leave some Oni alone. But they're good. We don't capture all of them. Some of them have to actually work with us. Some shit like that. That grudge chick, that chicken and whale from the ring, yeah, that'd be some funny. That'd be some funny shit. That'd be some funny shit. That'd be some funny shit. Lucky was there for the brother to crush on. Yeah, I didn't even remember them having any kind of relationship like that in the last movie. Like, yeah, it's Lucky, but was she into you like that? I remember that. I heard you were an internship program, but I didn't know this was it. She didn't tell you she was in New York too? So you can get you some chocolate honey buns? Wow, she must not have felt you like that. Maybe it was your nose. Anyway. So all of these, what a rainfire, all of these were better ideas to throw into this movie that could have made it blow up bigger. Did I hate the movie? No. Was it a bad movie? No, not necessarily. But it doesn't tip the scales that hard towards being very good. It's sitting in a balance point for me. It's really sitting in a balance point. And it's only mostly balanced on the 51% side, because there was some stuff I liked in it. Like, I like seeing Slimer again. I really did. Sue me. He's a fucking Ghostbusters mascot. If it ain't Ghostbusters, if you ain't got Slimer. As soon as I saw Muncher in the last one, like, that ain't Slimer. But he already dead. Can't go away. He's just running free. Eating shit, getting fat, loving life, nigga. He should be the one ghost that they always have around and always seeing like they fucking dog. The cat in that bitch running around the firehouse. Like, Slimer, what the fuck, dude? Get out of here. We go get some pizza. We pull a slice and we throw a slice over our shoulder, and that motherfucker coming to eat that shit. He just chilling at the ghost house. Slimer's, get off the desk. Stop getting on the desk. You should be arguing with his ass like he an asshole cat. Or your dog. You gotta take him for a walk or some shit. That's who he should be. Like, should have stuff on the walls just because it's easier to clean up, because Slimer always over there. Yeah, Grudge bitch was super sinister. Yeah, she was. But she was pissed off. Look, the motherfucker killed her because she was in love with her teacher. And the cat and the son. Like, this motherfucker lost his shit. She was not happy about that. She was not happy about that shit at all. But as long as you didn't come to that house, she wasn't fucking with you. So you can have a haunted house. I had that bitch. I like the Slimer scene. I like the Slimer scene too. I wanted to see Slimer when I saw the trailer. I was happy they brought him back. Him trying to trap Slimer was stupid, though. Somebody should have told his ass, yeah, we let y'all move into the firehouse. There's one ghost you need to leave alone. That's Slimer. You cool. Now, I don't think they ever named him Slimer in the movies. But if you watch the cartoon and shit, you know his name is Slimer. Dude. Just he's cool. He don't do shit but eat. He cool. He will help sometimes. He can't do shit else. But yeah, let him be the pet. Let him be the pet in the ghost house, in the firehouse. Excuse me. All right, so that ate up about an hour talking about the Ghostbusters. So now I will get into the piece de resistance, the last part of this, which means the stream is going to clock in at 4 hours, and then I have to actually shut it off at 4 hours. Now we get to punch in to this Roadhouse. Like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. Because I'm going to do this, and I only want to do it one time with this shit. Because I'm going to get my ire up, and I might need a drink for this. I might legit need a drink for this. So we're going to talk about Roadhouse next, but give me a second so I can go refill my libation because I'm a little bit parched. I'm not saying it's going to be alcohol, but if I do come back with alcohol, you'll find out why in a minute. So give me 2 minutes so I can go grab me a little bit of a drink. I will put this commercial on. Where's my commercial? Oh, there it is. And support your stream, super chat or cash app. So I'll run it across the screen. I'll be right back. Give me 2 minutes.
Get your booty to the pole, 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 get your booty to the pole. Yeah.
Did we get your attention? Good.
Get your booty to the pole.
Get your booty to the pole. Get your booty to the pole.
Get your to the pole, get your booty 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 to the pole, get your booty.
All commercials, intros, and outros done by yours truly and Power Director. So shout out to Power Director. It's not the most expensive software on the market, but it's the one I can use on my cell phone or computer or any computer with one account. So I like it. All right. I got me a little bit of blood orange, unspiked. Last night it was spiked with Applejack. Today it is not. It's just cold. Okay. Yeah, if they didn't call him Slimer, it wouldn't be Ghostbusters. True. I just think they never called him Slimer in the movies. He's Slime Pete, but they never called him Slimer. I don't remember them actually calling him Slimer. But they did call him Slimer in the cartoons. Slimer is like having a dog with a Jerry curl. What a fucked up visual. Yuck. Drooling ass, what is it, masters or pugs or some shit like that. All right, Roadhouse. 3 hours and 17 minutes and 17 seconds in. We're going to talk about this new Roadhouse. No one's talking about Roadhouse is equal to tight jeans and spinning kicks. Not even spinning kicks. You might have to double team this movie because I love the original Roadhouse. Oh, yeah, we can double team this shit. So this is spoiler territory. I already told everybody. And yes, this shit is something else, which means if you were walking in the bush and you stepped in some deer shit, but then you looked to the side and there was a bigger mound of something else, that's some different shit. It's not the same stuff you just stepped in. The little pellets. No, this is a mound of shit. That means there's something else out here in these woods. Probably a bear. different shit. I like Jake Gyllenhaal. Yes, Lion. His acting talents was wasted. Now, let me start with something I did like in this show. Just so we get that out the way. So when I pull off the condom and go in deep, you know I'm going in deep for a reason. Okay. Jake Gyllenhaal is a really good actor. I've watched Jake Gyllenhaal since fucking Bubble Boy. Okay? Since Bubble Boy. Since Donnie Darko. I've liked Jake Gyllenhaal. He is a very good, versatile actor. His portrayal of Elwood Dalton was interesting. It was an interesting take on a character. Make no mistake about it, it was not the character from the original Roadhouse movie. It wasn't. This is a completely different character. This shit is some parallel universe stuff. But it was interesting. There was some interesting stuff thrown in there. Now, I will say, I think he got lazy in some parts of it because in some parts of it, it seemed like he was doing the Nightcrawler character. And if you didn't see that movie by Jake Gyllenhaal, he became a kind of like a alternative news reporter, like a TMZ kind of situation. But then he ended up getting tripped up and out there doing some of these crimes and setting this shit up so he can take pictures of it and stuff, like a fucked up Spider-Man. Some of this is what I got. His portrayal of that character in this movie. When it got to the point where Dalton was just like, keep pushing me because this is the part that I like because I know what happens next. Because you just like killing people? The chick playing Frankie, she's a nice looking chick. She's kind of hot. Wasted in this fucking movie. Speaking of characters that could have been cut out of shit, they could have cut her out of this altogether because they wrote her out in many scenes where she wasn't there and didn't know what the fuck was happening in her bar anyway. And lying to people to get them to come help her. Which makes me think, so what you're saying, your uncle was into some shady shit running drugs? And that's how he got the Roadhouse? Because that's what you're making it sound like. Now, the little Latina chick in this, I don't know what nationality she is. I just know she's like Latina. She's pretty. She got a pretty face. Hypnotic eyes, which was cool. Didn't like her character coming in, talking shit to everybody. Didn't like that at all. But that scene where they go out to Shoals and take out the lawn chairs and the umbrella and they just chilling in the shallows, it's kind of cool idea. It's kind of cool. It's what I envision the Maldives to be, which is why I want to go there, to be able to sit out in the middle of the ocean in shallow water and just enjoy it. And just like everywhere around me is water, but this spot is shallow. Well, it looked cool. It was a cool scene. All right. Everybody's talked about it, which is, I guess, is their homoerotic fantasies. That Jake Gyllenhaal is jacked. Yeah, he worked out. So, did you never see Prince of Persia? Did you not see Southpaw? Jake Gyllenhaal bulks up nicely. He's older now, but he bulks up nicely. So that's not a surprise to me. I remember hearing about and seeing some video on him showing up at an MMA match, and they were filming that part for the movie of him getting in the cage and shit like that. Remember that? I remember seeing that. Thought it was cool. Didn't know what movie he was working on at the time. What the fuck is this? What is he doing here? Is he doing MMA now? Oh, he's doing this for a movie. Like, oh, okay. Cool. Said he was the son in the first City Slickers. I have to go back and watch it. I haven't seen City Slickers in a while either. I like Billy Crystal. I had to go back and watch that shit. Now that you mentioned it, because I don't remember him in that, but I would recognize his face if I saw it again. Yeah, when he turned on was offing people, I was like Nightcrawler back. Yeah, he was Nightcrawler like a motherfucker in that moment. Flipped into that character. Is it gonna come out in movie theaters, Rainfire? I hope the fuck not. That shit is gonna bomb. The delay is horrible. Might double feature it with Kong X Godzilla. No. Not paying to do it. No. What a Beastly Nerd. Beastly Nerd came through here dropping some bread in the collection plate. Beastly say, Artisan, I just got off watching your review of Roll House on my way home. It has me laughing my ass off because I had some of the same thoughts about this movie, plus more. Well, you in the chat, sir, we are in Roadhouse country right now. I just started talking about this shit, so you just in time. So shout out to Beastly Nerd. The proprietor of the Danger Room has arrived, and I will give you the guts and butts. Appreciate you, Beastly.
Double up. 3 or 4 times, I ain't telling no lies. Run it up. Never let a hard time on the
Now, I'm not trying to drag this out for you guys. I'm trying to pace myself because I just don't want to say fuck, fucking, fuckity, fuck about this shit. I'm trying to really get the good parts that I liked about it out. So you won't know when I actually go in on it that I'm just hating it to be hating it, because I'm not. I came into this movie really wanting to like it, expecting a lot good from it, and what I got out of it was like I was disappointed. I was very disappointed and very just hurt for Patrick Swayze. Right? Now, if you've seen the movie on Prime, you tell me, what is your quotable line from this movie? Give me your quotable from the movie. Put it in the chat so everybody else can see it. I'll give you a minute. The lion beat me to the punch. I'm going to save you some time. Nothing. There's probably one line that's quotable, and that's the one that me and Lion already talked about, which is when he said, this is the part I don't like doing, but when I get mad, because I know what's happening next. Other than that, there is nothing quotable in this fucking movie at all. Now, I can tell you, there are many lines quotable in the original, which is what you have to compare this to, which is what I compare it to. since you carrying a Roadhouse banner, I have to compare you to the original Roadhouse from the 80s. Little double douche. What's going on, mijo? When a man sticks a gun in your face, you have two choices. You can die or you can kill the motherfucker. I thought you would be more philosophical about the whole thing and cut it the fuck loose. That's for one character. Sorry, we're closed. So what are these people all doing here? Drinking and having a good time. No, you're too stupid to have a good time. So being called an asshole isn't personal? No. It's two nouns put together to elicit a reaction. So what if somebody calls my mother a whore? Is she? I want you to be nice. If you walk him, if you can't walk, get help, and then you will both be nice. I want you to be nice until it's time not to be nice. And when is that? I'll tell you. That is your job. You are the bouncers. I am the cooler. You watch my back and take out the trash. Yeah, and there's always barber college. What am I supposed to do? There's always barber college. Real shit. The damn whole movie is damn near quotable. Damn near the whole movie is quotable. Fuck with him, he'll seal your fate. I thought you'd be bigger. Ma'am, I'm going to get all the sleep I need when I'm dead. You want to fight, dickless? I sure as hell ain't going to show you my dick. Damn, that looked like it hurt. Look, man, that whole movie is quotable. You see the smile on my face when I think about that shit? Now watch it when I start talking about this fucking movie I watched. There was a portion of this movie that was really good or set up to be a retelling of the Roadhouse original movie. And I understand, I told you guys this before with some movies from the 80s. Some movies don't need sequels. Some movies don't need sequels. They were good the first time they did it. You don't need to make a sequel of it. Everything does not deserve a sequel, just like everything, every place, every business doesn't need a goddamn union. Sometimes making a sequel of it fucks it up. Like we've been talking about with The Crow this week, or the conversation I've had around The Crow this week. Why don't people remember how many Crow movies there were? Because the first one was the only one that was good. The rest of them sucked. Sequels did not help that franchise. It was better as a one-off. Because even today, the first one is the only one you will want to watch. Shout out to Rainfire for supporting the stream. They could have went into the Son of Dalton or Son of Garrett angle, but oh well. Yeah, oh fucking well. I'm not with using the son of scenario all the time, but a Son of Dalton would have worked because, at the end of the first Roadhouse, he stayed in that town with Kelly Preston. They stayed together. He didn't move on anymore. He stopped being the drifter. Since people want to use a Western analogy, he's the drifter, the lone gunman, Shane. He decided to stay in that town, make his roots there. Because if you saw the first movie, that's what they was pimping on his ass. Like, no, you should say it's a nice place to, fella grab his roots. Shout out to Rainfire Designs. I will give you that 3B salute. Appreciate Now, Lion's comment right here hits on one of the main problems I'm having with this portrayal of Dalton. And the only way I separate them, like I'm telling you, this is some alternate universe shit, is because this one is called Elwood Dalton. The Patrick Swayze version was just Dalton. I don't know what his first name is, and nobody else does. So these are two separate fucking characters completely, which is fine, because I wouldn't want one piece of shit infecting the other one. Now, what you get in the original Roadhouse when Lion is talking about, the bar owner comes, finds Dalton in a bar down in, I think it was, where was he, in the South? St. Louis or something like that. Hires him. He tells Dalton, takes the guy up on his shit, tells the owner of the bar he's currently in, hey, it's yours again. I'm out. Drives his car to a parking lot, throws some dude the keys to it. Like, take it. And what does he do? Get in a fly-ass fucking Mercedes-Benz and drives the fuck off with New York plates. What does that show? That shows this character is smart and methodical. There's more to him than you know. But you might know he might have came from New York. Which means he's intelligent, he's sophisticated. He rolls into some little shit town and starts applying his trade, which is being a cooler. The bouncer for bouncers. Like, if Charles is in here, he'd know. Who is Nightwing? Superhero's hero. Yeah, he has some NYC plates. Yeah, I know about the Crow TV show. I'm not talking about it, though. Now, Elwood Dalton is a dumbass. Mostly a dumbass. Now, he has flashes of intelligence, but it doesn't fit in the fucking show because most of the time, he's just a dumbass. He's just a meathead who knows how to throw hooks. Now, that bothered me because that was kind of the mystique of this character. Because you have somebody, yeah, Charles, Dick Grayson, the hero's hero. Exactly. Who do you call? Grayson Busters, nigga. Nightwing. You have this original character where he comes in and yes, he has a legend that precedes him. People know of him from legend. He like a fucking the great ape in this bitch. They know of him. They know of some of his exploits. They ain't seen him. They know of him. They ain't seen him. In any profession, you have people like that. Any profession, especially any profession that you're proficient in. Because make no mistake about it, bouncing, being security or whatever is a profession. Charles is in here right now. Even being a cop, you know who the cop's cop is. Even being in security, you know who's security. You know that. So you're understanding that the band knew his ass from being in some other club where he came and cleaned that shit up. Have hands will travel. The motherfucker went around making the rounds, cleaning up all kind of little shit places and making them profitable. He was like Gordon Ramsay of bouncing, nigga. Nightmare Club, he come in and clean that shit up and get you back to profitability. One club at a time. Yeah, man of legend. Right? This Dalton, he ain't famous, he infamous. For what? For what? One MMA fight where somebody got killed in the ring? That's it? Okay, why ain't he in jail? Because apparently when you get all the backstory, he really went in on the dude. Hit him after a break. After the referee pushed him away, he still came back and gave that motherfucker one more for what? Because he just a crazed lunatic when he get in that fight mode. Huh? That ain't the hero. That's not the motherfucker I'm going to champion. Get the fuck out of here. Beastly Nerd said the original Dalton was a well put together and established character. New Dalton was nothing more than a broken down man who had not fixed his broken life. Shout out to Beastly Nerd for supporting the stream again, doubling up on a motherfucker. I will give you, since you doubled up, I'll give you that double that. Appreciate it.
For the rap, double lag. Fat, double lag. 100 on the sack, double that. Block like a ghost town, still double back.
That is not a person that I champion. That is not a person I give authority to. That is what makes him, he should have been hired by the comical ass fucking villain in this shit. Yeah. In this universe, Gyllenhaal's character of Dalton, Elwood Dalton, is supposed to be the hero. In the original Roadhouse movie, Jake Gyllenhaal's character would have been fucking Jimmy. That's who the fuck that would have been. A motherfucker that just liked to fight, and when he get to that fight mode, he just like killing people. That's who he would have been. They took Jimmy from the original Roadhouse and made him the fucking hero in this one. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Look, it may sound funny to say about a movie that most people write off as just being some silly shit, but there was some philosophy in the original Roadhouse. Dalton did not go looking for fights. He didn't even like fighting. Because like he said, no one wins a fight. But what he also said was most people aren't a problem for people who are looking for it. And his scars were what he paid for getting into some of these scrapes. He was the guy out there to make sure everybody else could have a good time. Like Charles Faulkner in this bitch. What is security's job? To make sure these people can do what they want to do without having to deal with idiots. And your job is to be there looking out on the horizon, looking for the problems and eliminating them. So everybody else back here can keep having a good time. I'm not here to have a fucking good time. Now, I've done security. You can call it low-key bouncing if you want to, from the bar that I was at for St. Patrick's Day, whatever. I am not enjoying myself. I'm working. Yeah, I can hear the music. Yeah, the song sounds good, but I'm watching every one of you other motherfuckers in here. That is my job, looking for potential problems. That was Dalton's job. And he wasn't even a bouncer. He was the head bouncer. He was the cooler. You know who that is? That's the dude that point out like, hey, you're going to take care of that motherfucker. They need to slow down. He didn't just run the bouncers in the original movie. He ran the bar. The whole fucking thing was his domain. You working behind the bar, you stealing money, you drinking too much, you on your ass too. Because these bouncers got to work the floor. I'm here watching all of y'all. I'm responsible for the club. Even the owner had to take a back seat. Yeah, you got the money sitting in your fucking office. I got this. I run this shit my way. My way or the highway. And the highway is wide and my way is narrow. Shout out to Lion, supporting the stream on the Cash App side. I will give you the 3B salute. Appreciate you, Lion. Look, Lion said, I work security too. Being nice is essential. Dude, I learned that from being in the hood and working security. You can get a lot done if you come with a little bit of respect first. And respect don't mean you kissing a person's ass. It just means you recognize them as another goddamn person. And remind them of some shit that's going on that should stop that shit. Let me just do this. Because Black Bane, make no mistake, has been a bouncer. Got the stories of getting shot at and shit like that to prove it. The knuckle scars and all that shit from having to actually beat motherfuckers up in the club and drag their ass out of there. There is an art to doing that. It's not just a bunch of fucking thrill seekers looking for a brawl. Yeah, them people is in there. But that's not it, because you can get fucking killed doing that shit. So the original Roadhouse had some zen to it. It did. Like Rainfire was saying in here. Originals Dalton was in. Yes, there was a philosophy to it. Why he did it the way he did it. Because what's another quotable line? Nobody wants to come to a slaughterhouse. It is very scientific, Charles. Tell him. Fighting is called a sweet science for a reason, right? Because there's a science to it. All of that is missing in this movie. This Dalton, like I said, is a dumbass. He's a meathead who can throw meat hooks. He ain't even a bouncer. This is just a job that he picked up all of a sudden. And all he's doing in here is sitting on his ass and telling people how to throw punches. What is this, the fucking Karate Kid? The bare knuckle boy? There is nothing deeper in this for him besides a fucking job and money. Because in the beginning of the movie, I find out that this motherfucker is suicidal. Like, what the fuck is this? He want to kill himself? Then why the hell would you care? Why? Why would you give a shit? Why do I give a shit about you? Did you find something worth living for? No? Movie never told me? So no. The villains in this, we're all dumb. We're all dumb. Even the mastermind. Dumb as fuck. These were some of the most annoying fucking chuckleheads I've ever fucking seen on screen. Aside from having to get bitch slapped around in the parking lot by a dude, They are so goddamn stupid. The crocodile eating them was the best thing that happened to this dumb fuck. Because if you're going to lay in wait on somebody's boat with a double barrel shotgun and not blow their ass off the boat when they hit the door and you can see it's them, you, sir, are an idiot. You waiting to go back to the hospital. The crocodile did you a favor. The main villain, Ben Brandt or whatever, Branton, whatever fuck his stupid ass goddamn name was. Look, I'm sure this dude is a pretty good actor. I hated this fucking character. It made no sense at all. No sense at all. He was not intimidating. He was not threatening. He didn't seem competent. And apparently he only got his money because daddy went to jail. His intro scene with Shaven on a rocking boat is the dumbest shit I've ever seen. I was waiting for the barber just to cut his fucking throat and end the movie for him. Dumbest shit ever. And in a typical simp ass passive aggressive thing, he don't even get mad at the barber. He goes and attacks the ship's captain. For what? Nature? This dude did so much dumb shit throughout this whole movie. I was waiting to see him get killed, but not by who he got killed by. Because that was taking it easy on him. The villains were dumb. From the fat black one to the mouthy, oh, no, he's kind of a nice guy. He took us to the... Even to him, he was stupid. He seems like... I'm watching this dude on this shit, and this is the stupidest fucking motorcycle gang I've ever seen. How are you a motorcycle gang in Florida riding Kawasaki's? What motorcycle gang is this? That works in Japan. You can't be taken serious out here. You can't even get Harleys? The fuck? Sound like a bunch of mopeds riding around. I was sitting there thinking I was looking at the scooter gang from Book of Boba Fett. The Vespa crew. That's what I thought I was looking at. It might as well have been them. Might as well. They was just as fucking comical. I saw that character being all nice and talking all this shit. No, I just wanted to, I read him because I wanted to be in a crew, man. You know, you can't really do it around here by yourself. Bullshit. Part of riding motorcycles is being a loner, you dumb bitch. That you a badass by yourself. I'm watching this shit and I'm thinking of what's his name's movie, Stone Cold, back in the day with that Brian Bosworth. That's what I was thinking of. And Gutless Gut is who I was thinking this character was. I'm like, so did they just mash up some other movies into this shit? Because make no mistake about it, going through this movie, and I made the joke earlier that some of the trailer, when I reviewed the trailer, that some of it looked like Thunder in Paradise with Hulk Hogan. That's what the fuck this shit did look like. It did. Bad Miami Vice knockoff and Thunder in fucking Paradise. With people getting ran over by speedboats and shit that look comical as fuck. Just like, oh my God. Is this what we're doing? This is what we're doing. They're doing this. They're fucking doing this. I'm watching this shit. I'm watching this. This is what they filmed. What up, War Ready? O.G. Dalton was a soldier in a garden rather than a gardener in a war. But when it's time to battle, he was on point. Yeah, he was. But here was the thing. Dalton was never trying to kill anybody. Not initially. But after they killed Wade, after they killed his mentor, the young gunfighter stepped the fuck up and started getting some payback for his mentor that was slain. I don't understand what you meant by this one. Dude in the original was getting handled by the original Dalton in both fights. He said original twice, and that's not making any sense to me. Times of shows but never used. Yeah. I'm not worried about Magnuson. I recognize who he was, but yeah, he's a fine actor, but fucking wasted in this shit. They gave him too much rope, and he hung himself with it. This portion of the stream is brought to you by the word quack. Yeah, this is a quackening without the ducks. Miami Vice is pretty much the last good remake. This was a knockoff of that shit. That whole sequence that was happening in the water with the boats and shit like that, that's all it was trying to remind me of Miami Vice, which makes me think this person who wrote this and directed this shit, all he did was take pieces of other shit and strung it together. Because for some parts, Dalton was a pretty competent dude, which was interesting. Wasted in this fucking movie because he's surrounded by a bunch of dumbasses. Which gets me to my next point of waste. Conor McGregor, the character of Knox. Is this the same guy that gave us the Bourne Identity? Jesus Christ. How they have fallen. Bourne Identity or not, I don't think he watched the original movie. Or he gave a fuck about it. I don't. He must have read the Cliff Notes. Because he missed the whole point of the shit. The point of Dalton coming in the original Roadhouse was to help clean up this bar. But in a sense, in cleaning up the bar, he helped clean up the community, the town that was being sucked dry and plagued by the guy who actually kind of started the town. He was running amok. And it wasn't that Dalton had to come in and do all the fighting. The people in the town rose up and did some of the fighting. Because if you remember at the end of the original Roadhouse, Dalton didn't kill Wesley. He didn't kill Brad Wesley. He didn't kill him. He wanted to. Oh, he wanted to rip his throat out. He didn't. He stopped. You know who did come in and kill Brad Wesley? The rest of them people he was taking money from. The bar owner, Red, the little auto parts owner and shit. The what's his name? Guy who owned the car dealership that they ran the fucking Bigfoot through. Yeah, they came and shot his ass. This is our town. Blew his ass away and went and hid the weapons. And when the police showed up, we didn't see nothing. We didn't see anything. Five witnesses and ain't nobody seen a goddamn thing. But homie dead as fuck. Tragedy. He empowered the town to act on their own behalf. This movie Most of the time, the person who hired Dalton, B-Dub, she ain't nowhere to be found. None of this shit happening in the bar. She there to be there to see. A few scenes, she's looking up from her watchtower, doing nothing. The main fight where Knox came in and started tearing up the joint, where was she? Conveniently written to be outside talking shit to Brant at his car. Like they're a couple who had an argument. You a piece of shit. You ain't nothing. I'm like, oh my God. Why would he be listening to that shit? And what is she doing out there? Trying to get smacked the fuck up? While your bar, the thing your uncle left you that you care so much about, is being fucking ramshackled, and they got a whole brawl going on inside there. Your ass outside. Even in the original Roadhouse, the bar owner got into a scrape in his own shit. Yeah, he got punched in the face, but at least he was throwing some blows. He was standing up for his shit. This bitch is MIA every time. Now, the Knox character, Conor McGregor's character. Absolutely wasted. Rainfire said, the movie seems about as frustrating as American Society of Magical Negroons. Just give us a Here Comes the Boom or Warrior sequel to be done with it. Yeah, my mother was trying to tell me about some American Society of Negroes, and I told her that I heard it ain't that damn good. She said, well, I heard on such and such watch that it's really good. I said, Mama, the people who told me it wasn't good was black. So you can listen to them liberals all you want to, but I know what kind of shit they like. And that's black folks acting a fucking fool. Fucking soft shoeing. No, the movie was frustrating, Rainfire. It was frustrating as fuck. I'm telling you, I was watching that shit after coming from Ghostbusters. And I'm sitting here watching this shit just like, speechless. Fucking speechless. Just watching stuff happen. Like, oh my God. Yeah, drunk couple arguing at the club. That's who the fuck she went out there like. You always out here fucking with these bitches and looking at these hoes. Bitch, you on a bar. What are you talking about? It's a dance club. Everybody dancing. What are you upset about? You didn't have to be dancing all up on that bitch. God damn, she asked me to dance. Well, why'd you let her dance with you? It's a dance club. I'm on the floor. I like dancing. Pointless character. Now, the Knox character I keep trying to get to, but I keep getting distracted. Knox was stupid. Knox was not a good replacement for Jimmy. He wasn't. But if the Jimmy character from the original is pretty much what Dalton in this one is, or Elwood Dalton in this one is, then who do you get to fight Jimmy? Another cartoon character, Knox, who is such a badass, he don't have a problem walking around with his ass showing and his dick swinging. And my joke of this shit is, if it was really long, we would have saw it hanging by your knees. Because it ain't about your dick being long, it's about your balls being heavy. All that, that shit was bothering the fuck out of me. As far as I know, that's Conor McGregor's personality, which may work for him. It was not working in this movie for me. I was irritated by this character. I was waiting for somebody to shoot him. Yeah, he coming in trying to alpha the shit up. I'm like, I'm not buying it. I'm not buying this character. Yeah, he was hired by the daddy to go clean up this shit because the son didn't even want to talk to his daddy on the phone and threw his phone out into the ocean and then told somebody to go get his phone. For what? It ain't going to work. millionaire, dumbass. Knox, I wasn't buying. Every line he uttered sound like some cringeworthy shit. I'm like, somebody just killed this fucking dude. Just shoot him, please. From a distance, from behind. I don't care. Just shoot him and get this shit over with. It being a Roadhouse movie, I would suggest ripping his fucking throat out. But no, that's not something, ability that this Dalton actually has. Like, the Bride had with the 5-point exploding palm technique. 5-point exploding heart technique. No, he didn't have that. All he had was, I guess, his next gear where he like getting his ass kicked like Daniel LaRusso and then beating a motherfucker to death, which he didn't do in this movie. The only one he did beat the hell to death was the brown-skinned dude. Everybody else kind of lived. He didn't beat the hell out of Knox. He won, but he didn't beat the hell out of him. You know why? Because by the end of the movie, Knox is still walking around. Yeah. The fuck out of here with this goofy shit. What? I thought we were supposed to be having a serious movie. The fuck is this shit? That character bothered the shit out of me. It made me think that in today's world, to be a badass, all you need is some MMA credentials, a couple of days on the mat learning how to flip a hold, and tattoos all over the place that don't make no goddamn sense. That's what I'm getting. Because you tell me, what was Elwood Dalton's costume? What was Jake Gyllenhaal's costume for this movie? Muscles and a big ass tattoo on his arm. That was the costume. You know what? War Ready? You funny as fuck. The movie was like a small budget Fast and the Furious movie. Talking to my FD friend Steven, old boss Steven, he made that same connection to Fast and Furious. He said, I can't take this shit serious. It's like a Fast and Furious movie. I said, yeah, but here's the thing. Fast and Furious earned that goofy spot. They earned it over time. They've done a lot of movies to get to that goofy spot. So you have to accept some of this shit now, right? Once you showed up for a movie with a car swinging on a vine like George of the Jungle, going to space in the Fiero and pinball machine cars running all over the place is not that big of a surprise. Okay, they jumped the shark a long fucking time ago. You accept it for that. You accept Fast and the Furious for that. This is the first movie for this dumb shit. I am not accepting that. No. And it's supposed to be a remake of something that was better. It didn't have that silliness in the original. So this is not an improvement. No, I'm not buying it. No, sucked. It fucking sucked to me. There were good parts in it, but it mostly sucked. Most of my time watching this shit was frustration. Why are you doing this? Why is it this dumb? Who the fuck gives a damn about this little springy-haired, light bright girl? And that can't be her fucking daddy unless you saying her mama was really white and he's a stepdaddy. The little girl in the bookstore. Who gives a fuck about this little girl in the bookstore? From what I see of this town, it's a fucking drive-through. The whole town. Yeah, no shit. Knox beat the shit out of Elwood. Jimmy did not beat the shit out of Dalton. No, Jimmy was giving Dalton a fight because Jimmy was the one person in that town who could actually been trained to fight. So yeah, he was giving Dalton a little bit of a problem. But Dalton wasn't trying to kill Jimmy. And Jimmy at first wasn't trying to kill Dalton until he was getting his ass kicked. Then he fell back on, you know what? Fuck it, man. I'm going to just shoot you. And that's when the claws came out. That's when, well, you man pulls a gun on you. You got two choices. Dalton went for door number 2. Again. Because he regretted the fact that he did that the first time in Kansas City. When he killed the first dude that had his legend growing. He didn't want to have to do that shit. He was not in there for the thrill of the fight. He was good at it, but that's not what he was in it for. He regretted doing that shit. It was not a point of pride. The first movie, he didn't even barely talk about that shit. Everybody else did. This movie, well, it gives you the impression that he liked doing that shit. He liked killing that dude in the ring, friend or not. That's the place that he goes, and he enjoys it. Who the fuck is he? RKO? Randy Orton? Really? Go to a place. Go to that dark place. Is that what it is? Get the fuck out of here, dude. Knox was kicking his ass, and he should have been kicking his ass. Because apparently Dalton should have been better. But apparently he wasn't. Because they didn't say how long he was in MMA. Didn't say that at all. And since he was in the MMA, and that's pretty popular, and we got, YouTube and social media and stuff like that, everybody should have known who the fuck he was as soon as he showed up somewhere. Because as far as I know, everybody kind of watch MMA, especially in the UFC. That's the biggest brand. So he shouldn't have been able to go anywhere without somebody knowing his fucking face. And I would think it would have been more of a stigma to fighting him or having him on staff anywhere than it would be like, yeah, he killed a guy before. Yeah, but not in self-defense. He killed a guy because he was in the ring in a fight. Not he was bouncing at a club and a guy pulled a gun on him because his girl was into Dalton a little bit too much. And he had to defend himself, his life, and ended up killing a guy who pulled a gun on him. Completely different scenario. Because it gives a different little, is it ethos or pathos for your character? It was a situation he was pushed into. Not a situation he went into willingly and overindulged himself in. Because Elwood Dalton, yeah, he kind of carried it like it was an accident. It wasn't an accident. And he told you so later on in the movie. This is the place he goes and he knows what happens next. What? You gonna beat the shit out of somebody till they die? That means that's something that you do. So yeah, he was getting his ass beat. Yeah, button up in sweatpants and some boots. Tough guy outfit. If he was black, his costume would be bold, dark skin, some type of masculinity, and a wife beater with a gold chain. Yeah, stereotypical. Yeah, he looked like Luke Cage. Stereotypical shit. Knox practically kicked Elwood out of the... Knox did kick his ass out the bar, and the motherfucker left. He left. Knox kicked him out his own bar, and that motherfucker walked off not saying shit to nobody. Fine. And was packing up to leave. What? This is what I'm talking about where the first Roadhouse had some philosophy to it. What was Elwood Dalton's higher purpose for being there? Because mind you, he's getting 5 G's a week to basically be security in a Applebee's on the beach. With some of the low rent his ass tough guys I'd ever fucking seen in a bar. And chicken wire just because I guess they had chicken wire in the original, so we'll throw it up in here in this place like it makes any fucking sense at all. He left. He left the bar and the people in that bitch, 2 knocks in his crew. And he walked off. Went back to the boat, packed his shit, and he's going to leave. What philosophy is that implying? What higher purpose did he find for himself in sticking around? How did he empower those people to stand up and fight back against this person who was terrorizing them with other individuals? Where? Oh, that's right, he didn't. Because nobody fought back against shit. Even against a corrupt sheriff. Which might as well have been Porky's. I think they're trying to balance out any movie with a straight male action lead character with goofiness. That's not a balance. That's not a balance. That's not a balance. You know what balance is for a straight male character? It's understanding what he does and how he cares for people, aside caring for himself. Dalton came in the original movie. Dalton came in and mentored people, but he was a friend to some people that he met too. And gradually grew to like those people, love those people, and wanted to stay there with those folks. Found him a little slice of heaven. This Dalton ain't found shit. This Dalton, by the end of it, he jumped on a bus and smashed the fuck out. And the only thing I was thinking, since this is an Amazon Prime show, is I hope you run into Reacher on one of those buses so he can beat the fuck out of you. I really do. That'd be a good crossover to see. Let me see Jack Reacher meet up with Elwood Dalton and beat the brakes off his ass. Since y'all just roaming on Greyhound. Fucking idiot. O.G. Dalton was so mysterious, you wonder how he learned to fight and rip throats out. Yeah. That was part of his whole thing. You didn't even know his first fucking name. You only knew his last name. And he didn't go around introducing himself. You knew his legend. You knew some of his accomplishments because it had spread. So apparently outside of different states. That's why everybody thought he was a bigger fucking dude. You know he came from New York. You know he's well schooled. Even his mentor told you that shit, how smart he is. Philosophy and all this other kind of shit, which included martial arts, which most people ain't using. So he's a really smart dude, really refined, but he is really good at beating the shit out of people, which is kind of like a conundrum. Because most people don't expect really smart guys to be that good of a fighter. That good of a fighter. And vice versa. A really good fighter don't seem to be very smart. Mike Tyson is a hell of a fighter. He throws some gems out there nowadays. But beforehand, you wouldn't think he was bright as shit. Stephen Hawking, really smart. Not that good of a fighter. The thing he was fighting was grammar. But Dalton, the original Dalton, he was a mix of both of those. And he didn't talk about his past much. He wasn't thrown by any of this shit. And if it came down to a fight, somebody brought it to him, then it would happen. But he always found other means other than fighting to end that shit. Fighting was the last line, which is a philosophy, which is a philosophy of martial arts, right? Forgive me if I have to use my skills, because I don't want to have to do this to you. You are not going to be ready for it. You ain't even going to be able to stand that shit. So he wasn't always just wanting to go in for a fight. And that's the thing that bothers me initially about today's MMA culture. It's giving everybody who wants to take a class the idea that they are a badass. And a lot of egomaniacal people don't need any training to be egomaniacs and go out there and be waiting to get into a fight and punching somebody in the head so they can do this new move that they learned last week. No. It's bad. It was bad enough before the rise of MMA when guys thought they was tough guys, loud mouths and idiots. Now it's worse because now these motherfuckers might actually be trained a little bit. And since it's all open to anybody who take the shit, it's not like it's discriminating in a sense to where you don't take every student that comes to your door because everybody don't need this knowledge. They might just run amok with it. Like Bill and Kill Bill, you know. Since it's not selective like that, you can get some people that know some shit that they shouldn't even know. Like Charles is in here. Charles, you had some problem kid in your hood pay money to get in your security training class. Would you train his ass? Would you train him to be more of a problem? I wouldn't. I don't like training people in carpentry that don't have any love for the craft. And I won't. Because being a journeyman, that's my job, to pass on these skills, but I already understand. If you don't have the temperament and the manners for that shit, I ain't teaching you shit. I'm not teaching you a goddamn thing. I'm not teaching people to be better bullies. And a problem that I will later like to hunt it. I got to come out and come put this motherfucker down because he ran amok with the shit I taught him. No fucking way. Look, Beasley saying that. Hell no. Exactly. Take your ass out of here. You don't need no help. Looks like we're going late tonight. What up, Andre? No, I'm gonna cut it off before 5 hours because that lets me edit it on YouTube that way. It was just a lot of shit to go over this week. That's just it. Yeah, war ready. There are psych evals for a reason. Exactly. Do you think Elwood Dalton would have passed a psych eval? No, because he go to a place and he already knows what's going to happen, right? Where he just beats people till they die. No, he wouldn't have passed. Because in this movie, I can't see what's the difference between him and Knox, except for the fact that Knox is bigger and more upfront with loving beating the shit out of people. Hey, this is a fun time. That's why most of these movies and shows don't like training newbies. I told my son when he was learning martial arts, I put off putting him into martial arts for a reason. And it's because I wanted him to have the right mind state going into it. I do not believe in making or raising bullies. I was not abusing my son, but I did not want my son to go into learning how to do any of this martial arts stuff with the idea that he's going to come into it being a badass to kick people's asses. No, because that is not my philosophy on what you learn martial arts for. My philosophy is you learn martial arts to perfect yourself and learn how to control yourself, your energies. Not just so you can kick people's asses. Because getting punched in the head is fun for you and you enjoy it. You get off on it. Oh, no. Fucking sadist. No. If you don't have the mentality to respect this as an art and learn to perfect and control yourself, I will never let you get trained in that shit. I will let you go out here and get your ass kicked in the streets. Because this shit is for defense. Yeah, you can aggress with it, but it's primarily for defense of yourself. That was a greater philosophy that was in the original Roadhouse that is missing from this one. There is no greater purpose why he doing this shit. He just like fighting and just like beating up on people, just like Knox. The only difference is he wants to be nice, comically nice, for no reason at all, to complete strangers. That he wasted no time in slapping the fuck up. Because, make no mistake about it, asking somebody if they have medical insurance and stuff like that, good medical insurance, before a fight is more so signaling that you're going to enjoy doing this to them. You just want to make sure they're okay afterwards so you can punch them again later. That don't show that you care. Because maybe if you cared, you wouldn't have broke his shit. You just would have beat him down a little bit. Yeah, gave Donnie Darko MMA skills. A whole fucking problem. And a Nightcrawler. Whole problem. Whole problem. So, Knox was done. Dalton in some parts was actually interesting. And I would think the first third of the movie he was interesting. The rest of the shit, he was lazy. And I didn't care about Dalton. I didn't. I didn't care about the love story because it wasn't earned in no kind of way whatsoever, other than the chick coming out there talking shit to him, but she really turned on by him to later on get him out on the boat, her ex-boyfriend's boat that she just get to use. What boyfriend letting you borrow his goddamn boat to take out another dude? Bitch. I'm not as simp as you. No fucking way. But that shit wasn't earned in any kind of way. The main villain was comical. His grand plans, stupid. Because when you looked at that model and all that shit he was building, he could have, like Double Toast, the brothers on Double Toasted said, he could have built all that shit without even including that little roadhouse. Fuck you. Get some little ancillary money. You're about to build this whole resort. And that'll be the one little bar y'all can go hang out at. Fine. We'll cut you in and make you a partner in this shit. That would have solved the whole problem. You didn't need to push her out. For what? For not even an acre's worth of land? Nigga, that ain't stopping shit. It ain't stopping shit. Fucking hell, dude. Wait, there was a love story in the movie? Yeah, she wanted to jump his bone. She wanted to get slayed. So, fuck. The movie was mostly dumb. Now, I said in my review, I'm glad that they didn't put it out in the theaters because it would go down quicker than Madam Web did. But Rainfire is telling me in the chat that this is going out into the theaters next week. Ooh. Good luck. Good luck, motherfucker. Yeah, good luck. I'm sure there's a contingent of people who love watching MMA and love acting like badasses every year when they put on somebody's team jersey or whatever, that'll be there watching this shit and saying the same silly ass shit, how buffed he is. Like they've never seen any of the other two movies I mentioned, Southpaw or Prince of Persia. Like they've never seen Jake Gyllenhaal buffed up before. Apparently they didn't watch The Covenant either. Whatever. They'll go and be amazed by that shit so they can get off their, hidden gay fantasies. And then it'll do what the fuck it did. Garbage. Because everybody who already has Amazon Prime has watched this shit already knows this movie is not good. It might have some good stuff in it that they can make a sequel off of. But make no mistake about it, it ain't much, and I'm not interested in seeing Knox again. I don't give a fuck if he survived or not. I'm not interested in seeing that character again. Ever. So it was not a good movie to me. And I was really disappointed. Really disappointed in what they did. And I really felt bad for the legacy of Patrick Swayze. Because one movie is a classic. The other movie is just classically bad. Now, I wouldn't recommend anybody watch this shit other than to see why I'm so pissed off, if you're curious. But you can watch whatever the fuck you want to. It's your eyes, it's your brain, it's your time. Spend it however you want to. But I spent 2 hours and I was not happy. And that's my opinion. You can have yours. I didn't like it. There's a couple other people in the chat that didn't like it either. So maybe we all wrong. But if you found something else in it more enjoyable, please tell me. I'd love to know. I'd love to see what you see. Tell me about it. Maybe I'll go back and look at it again. Just maybe I can look at it in a different angle from this person's perspective. But from my perspective, it sucked balls, and not in a good way. Too much teeth, and it hurt. So, with that, at 4:30 in this bit, I'm going to go ahead and get out of here. Thank you guys for showing up today. Thank you for everybody who supported the stream. We did really good. We got over the goal, which I like. Makes me feel good. Makes me feel like y'all really appreciate me. Better acting than was in the movie. Right there. Better acting than was in the movie. I still got to watch Madam Web. Knock yourself out. Like I said about Madam Web, I never did my review for it, but because I defended it enough. Look, some decent stuff in there that they can make a second movie off of, but it was like a 90s style superhero movie where the first movie is going to suck and struggle, but it's a setup movie. I don't mind Sony setting up its own Venom verse. I don't mind that shit at all. They could easily throw Andrew Garfield's Spider-Man into that shit. Easily. You aged up Madam Web to get into her, pure form. And now Peter Parker is born and it's Andrew Garfield's character. Fine. You could have Tom Hardy Venom show up in that shit too because it's all the same universe for them. Doesn't mean it's part of the MCU because it's not. It is Sony shit that they're doing with their Spider-Man character that they own. And I'm fine with that. Tom Holland ain't got to show up once in that shit. Spider-Man has enough other characters and villains where you don't have to have Spider-Man. Because I can tell you this, even if it wasn't Andrew Garfield, that could be the place where you actually get a Miles Morales. That would be the place you can get it. Marvel's going to drag their feet. They can't even bring the Black Panther back quick enough. But Sony don't got no problem pimping Miles Morales. And if Sony puts Miles Morales on the screen before Marvel works it out, Sony's going to get the money because Sony already pushing Miles. Spider-Verse, Spider-Man 2 video games, they don't got a problem pushing Miles Morales because they like profit, not agenda. So I would watch that. I would. You can have Madam Web there and all that shit. Sue me. But it'll probably never get a second movie because people shit on it so bad because there's a bunch of fucking females in it. Look, man, I didn't really care who Sydney Sweeney was before this movie, but if she gonna dress up in a Spider-Man suit, I'll look at that shit. Skin tight, right? Cool. Let's see what you got. All them chicks is grown women. All of them. They want to dress up in some skin tight Spider-Man suits? Let's see it. The fuck? I'm sorry, I'm a lesbian. I like to meet some women's in any color. If they cute, they cute. Cute come in all colors. God willing, so do I. So I wasn't tripping off the movie that badly. But because everybody else got in their fucking fifis about it, you probably won't see it, Madam Web 2. No matter what Sony was trying to do, which was build out their larger Spider-Man universe with Venom and Madam Web and Kraven the Hunter and maybe a Sinister Six. That would have worked for me. That would have been how you got Andrew Garfield back. Make no mistake about it. Andrew Garfield is not coming back in the MCU movie. That's a Sony contract. He got stakes there, not over here. Tom Holland is your MCU go-between Spider-Man. Any other Spider-Man is Sony. That's why they have shared parenting with Tom Holland. Everybody else they own outright. That's their kids, their toys. Let them play with it the way the fuck they want to. And stop bitching because Peter Parker didn't show up in a Madam Web movie. So fucking what? Andre said, Jake Gyllenhaal is a good actor, but he can't hold a candle to Patrick Swayze. What up, Mad Villainy? Well, I said this before to people. I said this talking to Black Bane about this Crow stuff and the unfair judgment Bill Skarsgård is getting for coming in and playing the Crow. You know, you can't be as good as Brandon Lee. You can't beat a dead man. You can never beat a dead man. Never. Jared Leto couldn't beat Heath Ledger's Joker, even though I liked Jared Leto's Joker better than Heath Ledger's. Why? Because Heath Ledger didn't do shit but copy the Crow from Brandon Lee. The whole performance, makeup and all. He just copied somebody else's performance. It was interesting for the Joker, but it's not like I didn't see this shit before. I don't overly revere that shit. He needed that. Heath Ledger needed that because the shit he had did before then was him and Jake Gyllenhaal sharing a sleeping bag together on Brokeback Mountain. He needed that shit. Now, because he died, not on that movie, but afterwards, Jared Leto, who is a great actor, I would say better than Heath Ledger, don't get no props for his Joker. Why? Because of two things. Heath Ledger died, and nobody liked the tattoos all over his Joker, looking like fucking Machine Gun Kelly. Nobody liked that shit. I didn't like it either. But his performance was on. His Joker was scary and funny. I said it. Brandon Lee playing the Crow was good. It's the first interpretation of it. Nobody had done it before. Anybody coming after that cannot compete with Brandon Lee for the simple fact he died. Plain and simple. You cannot always be compared to a dead man. You can never win. You know why? Because the dead man can't come back and give you a shitty performance. Unless it's in the Ghostbusters. But otherwise, you stuck. Let it go. He's gone. I love Brandon Lee. Love Brandon Lee. Got to the Crow through Brandon Lee. But I don't begrudge somebody else coming in and playing the role. Just the same way I love Chadwick Boseman. I got a whole fucking statue sitting in my hallway of Chadwick Boseman, Black Panther. Because I love Chadwick Boseman. I like that he did that character. But I'm not against somebody else playing it. It fucking happens. I may like Christopher Reeves. That's my Superman. But you know what? If Tom Welling was able to be put in a movie being Superman, I'd be watching that shit. Because I understand that sometimes these actors change. Sometimes you have to let somebody else put their stamp on the shit. I can like Heath Ledger's Joker or hate it. I can like Jack Nicholson's Joker or hate it. I can like Cesar Romero's Joker or hate it. I can like Jared Leto's Joker or hate it. All the same. It's a fucking character. And out of all of those guys, 2 of them are dead. But it ain't stopping nobody else from playing the character and putting their own spin on it. With this Crow shit and Bill Skarsgård, I'm going to wrap this shit up. I'm going to let him, since I know he's a pretty good actor, I'm going to let him play his version of the Crow. And I'm not going to shit on him because it ain't Brandon Lee. You know why? Because Brandon's dead. And he's been dead for a long goddamn time. So anybody who wants to come in, play this character, and actually put something more into it, well, thank you. Show this character some love. Like Brandon Lee did. And let's hope the script and the material gives you something to elevate. That's it. But I'm not going to shit on him because he ain't Brandon Lee. Oh, it's not gothic enough. It looks too bright. You know how cheaply that movie was made back in the 80s? You stupid son of a bitches. You know how cheaply that shit was made? That was a passion project. There was not a lot of money in that shit. So most of that dark theme that you get from that shit is because it was cheap. So cheap, in fact, their safety wasn't up to code and they killed their fucking lead actor. So I'm not shitting on Bill Skarsgård for playing the Crow. I'm not shitting on it for not looking just like the original movie. It should be better than the original movie. It should look better because it has more money involved in it. It's a fucking franchise now. It wasn't a franchise when that first movie came out. Shout out to Andre supporting the stream. You might cook. Cook. My good man. Appreciate you, Andre. I will give you the double that.
Money for the crowd, double that. Fat, double that. 100 on the sack, double that. Block like a ghost town, still double back.
I'm not upset about that shit. I'm going to let him get a chance to get his off and do what he do and judge it for what it was. That's it. I just let Jake Gyllenhaal get off his Elwood Dalton and I judged it for what it was. The only reason I have to compare it to the other one is because they said it was a remake. Well, this remake sucks. This Roadhouse movie sucks. It should have been called The Bouncer because it ain't got shit to do with Roadhouse. Nothing. Now, if you want to tell me another story in that world with this Elwood Dalton going to another club somewhere, since he just picked up bouncing in this show, in this movie, he just started bouncing, then say that. Maybe I'll watch it. But this ain't a remake of a classic movie. It damn sure ain't. Because none of that charm, none of that philosophy, none of that respect is evident in this work. This work is comical. This is a fucking clown show. Without makeup. Mad Villain, he said, I'm going to watch The Crow. Bill Skarsgård is good. I just think, well, lately remakes of characters are overdone. They are. Because they're constantly mining and trolling your history, your past, your classics to bastardize them for a new generation. Because, like we've known for a long time since Hollywood started going to geek properties and comic book movies so hard, Hollywood has no ideas or creativity. They're only looking at what's sold and how can they copy it for themselves, which means they are not creative. There was a time, and I think, what's his name? Pulp Fiction, Kill Bill creator. I'm forgetting his name right now. I don't know how. Quentin Tarantino. Thank you. And Quentin Tarantino has talked about this before, that there was a time that Hollywood made its own original properties. They did. They don't anymore. Their original properties suck just as bad as the IPs they buy and try to inject they bullshit into it. Same crap, different goose. They don't do anything but tear down established, successful franchises now. That's all they know how to do. Because they don't know how to create. Look, if they would have said, Rainfire, that this new Roadhouse was a prequel, I would have bought that. Because the beginning part of the movie, that's how I was accepting it. Okay, I'll accept this as a prequel. I'll accept this as a prequel, which means it should have been given a different name. You could have called it Dalton. Anything other than Roadhouse. And I would have accepted it as that. Okay, this was his first bouncing gig. He is not a bouncer. He's a down on his luck ex-MMA fighter. That starts bouncing. Okay, that could be an interest for a show to see where it goes. Okay. It would have got a different review then. It would have. But trying to say you were remaking a classic, no, you weren't. No. Nah, that's not what the fuck you did. You shit on a classic. It made this waste. This is a fucking waste. So yeah, Bill Skarsgård gets my vote for watching The Crow. I'm gonna watch The Crow because I'm a fan of The Crow. Not necessarily the actor that's playing him. I mean, I like Bill Skarsgård, but I'm showing up for The Crow. I ain't showing up just because of Bill Skarsgård. Bill Skarsgård kind of makes it more like, okay, this Crow might be a little interesting because I know how he acts. Just like Brandon Lee's Crow was interesting. And Mark DaCosta's Crow was interesting. DeCasios. His Crow was interesting. Even Adam Furlong or whatever his name was, dude from Terminator 2? Yeah, he got to play the Crow one time. His was interesting. The movie sucked, though. Shout out to David S. Goyer again for making that suck so badly. Oh, yeah, I just found out he's doing Foundation Season 3. And they're casting for Season 3. And Euron Greyjoy is going to be the mule. Oh, that should be fun. I think I sent that to BGS. We got to talk about that shit. That might be kind of fun. Might be. But the way they bastardizing that classic, it has to look at it as its own thing. Yeah, down on his luck MMA fighter is a classic backstory. You could take that in a lot of different directions. If they would have said, oh, this is a Roadhouse prequel, it wouldn't get any smoke. It would alleviate the smoke altogether. A remake of Roadhouse, which is a prequel, it would probably get no smoke at all. Because then you can accept all this shit as being, well, this is something new. When you throw remake on there, You're expecting it to be similar to what you did before. This is not similar, except for the names of some people. Sort of the situation. Chicken wire. Other than that, it's completely some different shit that don't work together. And it doesn't work by comparison. So maybe they'll fix it. I don't know. But with that, I'll pose some questions. I have some questions I'm going to maybe do as shorts. That would be interesting because I want to get some feedback from you guys. I like comments. I love comments. I do. Even the dumb ones. I love comments. Because at least that at least tells me your brain is working and you're engaging with the material, and I can engage with you in that sense on a one-to-one basis because I answer all comments, even the dumb ones. I do. I answer those too, unless they're offensive. Then I just block you. But there's some questions I want to put out there about geekdom and just this review in space that I want to know from you guys, and I think I'll put them out as shorts because should be a little bit more interesting. Excuse me. So we'll get that going. It always ties back into the hero's journey. That, which is why I used the picture that I did for this thumbnail, Andre. That point in the movie in Roadhouse where he's sitting on the beach after working out and thinking, that was his hero's journey. That part of the character was more interesting. I would have wanted to see more going on with that. Because even with him being suicidal is an interesting thing, but they kind of threw that away right towards the end of the movie because then he didn't feel bad about killing a dude. That's just what he does. It totally removed all the angst that the character had about that shit. It's like that was an interesting piece because it was his friend. But later in the movie, you totally turned it on his head, making it like he liked doing that shit. He knew what was going to happen. It's like, the fuck are you depressed about that? Fucked it up. So, yeah, that is a hero's journey. Dalton coming to find himself and make peace with what he has done and figuring out and finding his way that this is what I will do, what I can do. I'm only good at fighting, but I can take these skills and go to these different bars and stuff like that, like the troubled spots. Like, shit, he could be the equalizer in the bar. It's making sure that shit start running safe and treat it like a prequel, that he's becoming the legend that will become Dalton later on. Then I would watch that. I would be in for that. I'd be in for that. That is a hero's journey. There was no hero's journey in this. There was just a journey and a paycheck and then a journey. Anyway, thank you guys for supporting the stream. Appreciate you immensely. Shout out to Malika Me Bain, Aquateki, Measly Me, Joe Herb, Two Trio, No One, two times, Kareem Austin, Lion, Charles Faulkner, Malika 2 times, Aquateki 2 times, Toya the Tutor, BGS Ibmore, the Master Teacher, OPO, UYP Studio, the Beastly Nerd 2 times, Rainfire Designs, and Andre Cuatro Uno Seis. Appreciate y'all for supporting the stream. I really do. The reviews are up. I will have my reviews for the trailer reviews of House of the Dragon Green and House of the Dragon Black. I'm hyped for that show to come out. I'm waiting for it. I will go ahead and watch Bad Batch episode 8 today. I didn't get to watch Shogun yesterday because I woke up too late. But we got some stuff on the horizon coming up that's good to watch. X-Men 97 Part 3 should be good. Bad Batch episode 9. I don't know what the fuck that's going to be, and I don't downright care. Invincible number 7. I got to watch number 6 today as well. Shogun, I think, is still going on. And then we got to roll into this crap a lot. I'm back in rotation of being on call starting tomorrow. So I'll try to get content out for you quicker. But if you're on Patreon, Shop Talk with Artisan MC. You see this stuff before I put it up on YouTube. And Patreon is where the raw, unedited shit is. That's where it's at. So you see it first a couple days before it actually gets up on YouTube. So you want to see me talking about Roll House without all the ducks quacking? That's where you'll hear it. It's exactly where you'll hear it. And some shit I had to cut out. So with that, appreciate you guys coming through. This has been the Hero's Journey. I do this every Sunday. Every Sunday. Rain or shine. My house, at work, or at my home at 11 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. My outros and banners still say Shop Talk Live because in essence, this is a Shop Talk Live, but the name has changed. The intro hasn't. Not yet. Not done with it yet. But I will see you guys next time. Peace.